around the world to use the leverage that they have with Russia to bring this conflict to a close. It is undeniable that the People's Republic of China has significant leverage with Russia, perhaps more so than just about any other country around the world. So it stands to reason that the PRC could do more than most countries around the world to bring an end to this violence, this bloodshed, this destruction, and this war. But we have not seen that yet. We have heard from the PRC various statements, including the fact that what is happening is complicated. There is nothing that is complicated about a war, a needless war of aggression against a neighbor that posed absolutely no threat. There is nothing complicated about a massive military campaign against a civilian population that entails missiles and bombs and artillery raining down on population centers, on cities, on towns, maternity wards, hospitals, residential buildings, neighborhoods. There is nothing complicated about that. So it is a responsibility of every country around the world to make very clear where they stand. Now, what gives us concern is the fact that, as you alluded to, the partnership between the PRC and Russia has grown closer in recent years. It is a partnership that is predicated on a vision of the world that in many ways is at odds with the free and open vision that the United States and our allies and partners around the world have sought to create and protect, also the very system that has enabled much of China's economic growth in recent decades. Their vision, as opposed to ours, that is free and open, their vision is one that is increasingly repressive at home and one that is increasingly aggressive beyond its borders. If the PRC wants to show the world that it means what it says, that it stands behind the principles that it has claimed to stand behind for years and decades, now is an opportunity for them to do so.
Last week during the phone call between the two presidents, China did explain what they did, like humanitarian aid.
This is Andrew Kraft. We've been listening to Ned Price, the State Department spokesman, at the briefing today, take questions from reporters, most notably on Russia and Ukraine, but also the one he's responding to right now on China. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be showing you many more stories we've already shown you throughout the duration of the day in these overnight hours. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just a beautiful Live Now look at New York City. It's a little bit after 12:30 in the morning there on an early Tuesday morning, but love looking at the skyscrapers there, Empire State Building, smack dab in the middle. I'm Andrew Kraft. I just want to leave everyone with a tweet that I had been kind of going back and forth to throughout the duration of the day, kind of encapsulating what's happening in Ukraine. And it's from the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba. He tweets a photo and says, Boris Romanchenko, 96, survived 4 Nazi concentration camps, Buchenwald, Peenemünde, Mittelbau-Dora, and Bergen-Belsen. He lived his quiet life in Kharkiv until recently. Last Friday, a Russian bomb hit his house and killed him. Unspeakable crime, survived Hitler, murdered by Putin. So that just encapsulates the history in this conflict. And we'll be providing updates, all the latest headlines and developments out of Russia and Ukraine as we enter into day 27 of the war there. Thousands of civilians have died. Thousands of soldiers on both sides have died. And of course, we await the long-anticipated meeting that was announced last week. President Biden traveling to Europe at the end of this week, first going to Brussels, Belgium, meeting with NATO leaders and allies, and then off to Poland, where he can see the humanitarian crisis for himself. So we'll have live coverage of that. Also, starting back up again tomorrow, day 2 of the SCOTUS confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Senators on the Judiciary Committee will have 30 minutes each to ask her questions about her jurisprudence, her judicial philosophy, her writings, her speeches, etc. We'll have that from start to finish, gavel to gavel, here on Live Now from Fox tomorrow morning throughout the duration of the hearings as well. Speaking of that, if you missed it earlier today, have a listen to Judge Jackson's opening statements today in front of the committee.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for convening this hearing and for considering my nomination as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. I am humbled and honored to be here. And I am also truly grateful for the generous introductions that my former judicial colleague, Judge Tom Griffith, and my close friend, Professor Lisa Fairfax, have so graciously provided. I'm also very thankful for the confidence that President Biden has placed in me and for the kindness that he and the First Lady and the Vice President and the Second Gentleman have extended to me and my family. Today will be the 4th time that I've had the honor of appearing before this committee to be considered for confirmation. Over the past 3 weeks, I have also had the honor of meeting each member of this committee separately, and I've met with 45 senators in total. Your careful attention to my nomination demonstrates your dedication to the crucial role that the Senate plays in this constitutional process, and I thank you. And while I'm on the subject of gratitude, I must also pause to reaffirm my thanks to God, for it is faith that sustains me at this moment. Even prior to today, I can honestly say that my life has been blessed beyond measure. The first of my many blessings is the fact that I was born in this great nation a little over 50 years ago in September of 1970. Congress had enacted 2 civil rights acts in the decade before, and like so many who had experienced lawful racial segregation firsthand, my parents, Johnny and Ellery Brown, left their hometown of Miami, Florida, and moved to Washington, D.C. to experience new freedom. When I was born here in Washington, my parents were public school teachers, and to express both pride in their heritage and hope for the future, they gave me an African name, Ketanji Onyeka, which they were told means lovely one. My parents taught me that unlike the many barriers that they had had to face growing up, my path was clearer, so that if I worked hard and I believed in myself in America, I could do anything or be anything I wanted to be. Like so many families in this country, they worked long hours and sacrificed to provide their children every opportunity to reach their God-given potential. My parents have been married for almost 54 years, and they're here with me today. I cannot possibly thank them enough for everything they've done for me. I love you, Mom and Dad. My father, in particular, bears responsibility for my interest in the law. When I was 4, we moved back to Miami so that he could be a full-time law student, and we lived on the campus of the University of Miami Law School. During those years, my mother pulled double duty, working as the sole breadwinner of our family while also guiding and inspiring 4-year-old me. My very earliest memories are of watching my father study. He had his stack of law books on the kitchen table while I sat across from him with my stack of coloring books. My parents also instilled in me and my younger brother, Ketaj, the importance of public service. After graduating from Howard University, Ketaj started out as a police officer, following 2 of our uncles. After the September 11th attacks on our country, Ketaj volunteered for the Army and eventually became an infantry officer serving 2 tours of duty in the Middle East. Ketaj is here today providing his love and support as always. And speaking of unconditional love, I would like to introduce you to my husband of 25 years, Dr. Patrick Jackson. I have no doubt that without him by my side from the very beginning of this incredible professional journey, none of this would have been possible. We met in college more than 3 decades ago, and since then, he's been the best husband, father, and friend I could ever imagine. Patrick, I love you. William, Patrick's identical twin brother, is here as well, along with his wonderful wife, Dana. Also here from Park City, Utah, are Patrick's older brother, Gardy, and his wife, Natalie. And last, but certainly not least, my very dear in-laws, the matriarch and patriarch of the Jackson family, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, have traveled here from Boston to be with me today. I'm saving a special moment in this introduction for my daughters, Talia and Layla. Girls, I know it has not been easy as I've tried to navigate the challenges of juggling my career and motherhood. And I fully admit that I did not always get the balance right. But I hope that you've seen that with hard work, determination, and love, it can be done. I am so looking forward to seeing what each of you chooses to do with your amazing lives in this incredible country. I love you so much. There are so many others who are not here today, but whom I need to acknowledge. I have a large extended family on both sides. They are watching from Florida, North Carolina, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, Colorado, and beyond. I also have incredible friends. 3 of my college roommates came here today to support me, and I have so many other boosters from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, Harvard undergrad, Harvard Law School, and all throughout my personal and professional life. I've also had extraordinary mentors, like my high school debate coach, Fran Berger, may she rest in peace. She invested fully in me, including taking me to Harvard, the first I'd ever really thought of it, to enter a speech competition. Mrs. Berger believed in me, and in turn, I believed in myself. In the category of great mentors, it was also my great good fortune to have had the chance to clerk for 3 brilliant jurists, U.S. District Judge Patty Saris, U.S. Court of Appeals Judge Bruce Selya, and Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. These extraordinary people were exceptional role models. Justice Breyer, in particular, not only gave me the greatest job that any young lawyer could ever hope to have, but he also exemplifies what it means to be a Supreme Court justice of the highest level of skill and integrity, civility, and grace. It is extremely humbling to be considered for Justice Breyer's seat, and I know that I could never fill his shoes. But if confirmed, I would hope to carry on his spirit. On the day of his Supreme Court nomination, Justice Breyer said, quote, "What is law supposed to do, seen as a whole? It is supposed to allow all people, to live together in a society where they have so many different views, so many different needs, to live together in a way that is more harmonious, that is better, so that they can work productively together." End quote. I could not have said it better myself. Members of this committee, if I am confirmed, I commit to you that I will work productively to support and defend the Constitution and this grand experiment of American democracy that has endured over these past 246 years. I have been a judge for nearly a decade now, and I take that responsibility and my duty to be independent very seriously. I decide cases from a neutral posture. I evaluate the facts, and I interpret and apply the law to the facts of the case before me without fear or favor, consistent with my judicial oath. I know that my role as a judge is a limited one, that the Constitution empowers me only to decide cases and controversies that are properly presented. And I know that my judicial role is further constrained by careful adherence to precedent. Now, in preparing for these hearings, you may have read some of my more than 570 written decisions, and you may have also noticed that my opinions tend to be on the long side. That is because I also believe in transparency, that people should know precisely what I think and the basis for my decision. And all of my professional experiences, including my work as a public defender and as a trial judge, have instilled in me the importance of having each litigant know that the judge in their case has heard them, whether or not their arguments prevail in court. During this hearing, I hope that you will see how much I love our country and the Constitution and the rights that make us free. I stand on the shoulders of so many who have come before me, including Judge Constance Baker Motley, who was the first African-American woman to be appointed to the federal bench and with whom I share a birthday. And like Judge Motley, I have dedicated my career to ensuring that the words engraved on the front of the Supreme Court building, "Equal justice under law," are a reality and not just an ideal. Thank you for this historic chance to join the highest court, to work with brilliant colleagues, to inspire future generations, and to ensure liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. Well, this is the end of the first day of the first 3 days, which are involving more personal, on a personal level, the senators on the Judiciary Committee. In a way, it's the easiest day because 10 minutes is merely a throat-clearing warm-up for most senators on this committee. Starting tomorrow, there'll be some serious exchange and questions of 30 minutes, and then the following day, 20 minutes for each senator to participate in this. We're looking forward to this opportunity to finally really give you a fulsome opportunity to respond to many of the things that you've heard and to answer direct questions. Members have until Thursday at 5 p.m. to submit questions for the record. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to begin the 30-minute rounds of questions. We thank all the participants and members of our audience for keeping this dignified, respectful, and civilized, and we hope to continue that tradition tomorrow. At this, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Former federal prosecutor and legal expert and friend of the program, Doug Burns. Doug, good to see you. Before we get into it, I'm sure you watched a lot of this today. What were your first impressions?
Well, it was interesting because there were a lot of moving parts, a lot of different things going on. First of all, you know, the Republicans aired out their complaints, you know, about all the way back to Robert Bork, Clarence Thomas, and Brad Kavanaugh. And they made a lot of sarcastic comments about how we're not going to inquire as to whether or not you like beer, and we're not going to ask about your high school dating practices. And you could see, obviously, that they, A, were extremely upset with what went on there, and then B, want to take the high road and telegraph a clear message, which is we're not going to engage in that. So that was sort of one thing going on. On the merits of it, it was very interesting because a lot of the senators, you know, and I'm chuckling, they're like, you know, we're going to look into whether you were soft on crime and you represented killers at Guantanamo. But by the way, you're outstanding and we wish you the best of luck. So to me, it's like they were so obviously sort of working two sides of the room. But basically, the way I handicap this is, you know, we start with the proposition, of course, very important, that this is a straight, liberal for liberal swap. That's important. Where it gets really heated, of course, is if you're replacing, a liberal with a conservative or vice versa. So that's point one. Point two, it is historic, obviously. People have had problems with the president identifying in advance, nominating somebody, due to their gender and color. But at the same time, as I've said, if this is a highly qualified candidate, none of that really matters, and it is historic. Now, they're going after her, and I say that because it's really kind of a light attack, honestly, but they're going after her on some things that really aren't going to resonate, in my opinion. So real quick, they turn
let's
around
talk about those, Doug, because, go ahead, because that was the point I wanted to bring up, because we've never had a public defender or a former public defender, facing hearings to become the next Supreme Court justice. And that's where the soft on crime kind of leniency arguments come into the fray here. But that's what a public defender does. I mean, they have to represent criminal defendants. And so I thought that's an interesting dynamic at play.
No, I like the way you put that. I mean, I'm a legal purist, as you know me well. And a legal purist is going to tell you that a lawyer is a lawyer who represents a side of a dispute. I myself bring a little, personal career history to the table. I was a federal prosecutor for 9 years. I've been a criminal defense lawyer for 24 years. Okay, so it would be beyond ridiculous to say, well, Doug, you represented that guy who stole $2 million from his company. How can you do that? I mean, that's just beyond naive. But you highlight an interesting point, which is, history in this process is, former prosecutors and, former Department of Justice officials. So apparently, it's very unusual to see a former federal defender. I worked, against federal defenders for my 9 years in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Very good lawyers, obviously, very underrated because of the human nature cliche. Oh, it's a free lawyer, they're no good. They're actually very, very good attorneys. So this particular candidate has a very strong background. The other point, real quick, which you raised, is this soft on crime thing. I mean, again, political rhetoric and law don't mix. Andy McCarthy, who we all respect, of course, wrote an article, apparently. I didn't read the article, but I read an article about his article. And in there, he described the attack on Judge Jackson on the grounds that she went easy on child pornographers as really a smear job. And that if you look at the actual sentences that she rendered, they were well within, the normal boundaries. So again, it's unfortunate to watch, us purists have her smeared. You represented a particularly heinous defendant. As you put it perfectly, Andrew, that's what defense lawyers do. You were a legal aid lawyer. So what? A lawyer is a lawyer. And you were soft on crime and let, child pornographers walk free. That's just political rhetoric. So, in the end, basically, this is a strong candidate. It'll be very interesting to see, obviously, the way you guys have teed it up, what the questions are going to look like, tomorrow and the next day. And we're going to fasten our seatbelts, maybe make a little bowl of popcorn and see what it is.
Yeah, and Doug, each senator on the committee gets 30 minutes tomorrow for a Q&A back and forth with Judge Jackson. But I think this is interesting, too, and we've been repeating this line all day, is she's already been confirmed by this specific committee 3 separate times in her legal and judicial career. Also, what I thought was interesting, and we're talking about it, she served on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, and that is what we were talking about, and you were talking about Andy McCarthy's piece responding to Senator Josh Hawley's accusations that she was, quite soft on child predators, those who make child pornography and distribute it, and so that's where that comes in. She's also probably going to be facing questions when she was a federal public defender from 2005 to 2007. She worked to help an Afghan detainee held at Guantanamo petition for his release. So I bet she's going to get questions on that. I think she's going to get questions as well, since she sits on the board of Harvard Law School. There's a case coming before the Supreme Court about affirmative action and Harvard. Now, what goes into a judge's recusal options or decisions? It's, from what I understand, entirely up to them.
Yeah, no, on recusal, and there were a couple of dust-ups with Antonin Scalia. You might remember, although you're probably a little too young, but, you know, they wanted him to recuse himself in a particular case. And without getting all in the weeds, you're right. Basically, it's entirely within the discretion, and it's hard to challenge the decision. And they really have a tremendous amount of power as to whether or not to step aside. But I want to go back to something you said because it's important, and it goes to a little bit of the notion of some double standards. So you were entirely correct to point out that she's been confirmed before, but I'm smiling when it was in reverse. Okay, I'll never forget many times when I calmly said in debate with people, I said, well, wait a minute, you know, Judge Gorsuch at the time, you know, of the Federal Appeals Court, Judge Kavanaugh, these people were vetted and approved for a lifetime federal judicial post. And I said it with some, you know, minor sarcasm, and they came back with the red face. This is totally different. That's totally irrelevant. And it was amazing that they now turn around and throw that argument back casually, like, hey, she's already been done. The point is, it's all code speak, Andrew, for the fact that this is on the hot button cases. It's a super legislature. Okay. We've discussed many times that in the dry day-to-day case, interpreting a contract, interpreting a real estate lease, that's one discussion. But on cases like affirmative action and abortion and gun control and gay marriage, these are cases with wide open standards, and the justices tend to vote along ideological lines, acting like a legislature. And that's why you see all of this unnecessary theater, if you want to be candid about it, because as you said, let's repeat it, she's been confirmed 3 times. What has changed? Absolutely nothing.
You know, and Doug, she's being cast as a progressive, you know, radical liberal Democrat. And I thought this was interesting from Senator Chuck Grassley, the ranking member of the committee. He said there are a number of dark money groups on the left that argue federal judges should make policy decisions based on judges' own values. He said he's talked about the troubling role of far left dark money groups. But of course, you know, Judge Jackson had, you know, time to respond to that. And her opening statements saying that, you know, she is not going to, you know, come down on the issues of the day based on her own personal preferences. She said neither fear nor favor. We also heard that in Judge Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearings back in the fall of 2020. So, you know, that's, you know, par for the course, performative, like you were saying, but I thought that was interesting.
No, I mean, I listened to her statement quite carefully, and, you know, you can look at it from 2 different standpoints. You know, one would be, you know, the cynical one. Of course, she's going to say, I will judge every case on the facts and the law, and I will not let my personal opinions or background enter into it. You know, that's fine. And you can be mildly cynical about it. But to tell you the truth, I want to be fair, and I give her every benefit of the doubt that she said it in good faith, quite honestly. I think, again, back to your point about, oh, you know, let's paint her as a wild to the left progressive and yet another George Soros bought and paid for individual. I mean, that's just way over the ski tips is the point. But as you say, and you're right, you know, we will get, I mean, the one thing jumping around is that she doesn't have any type of lengthy or extensive appellate record. She's only been on the DC circuit for a short period of time. So that's sort of one complaint. We have nothing to go on, but apparently she wrote hundreds of opinions as a district court judge. So there's plenty to look at there. But again, you know, in the end, looking at it from 30,000 feet, you're going to hear some kicking and some noise about you were a legal aid lawyer and you represented a bad person, which is laughable when you're a defense attorney. And, you know, you went soft on crime, particularly in the area of child pornography. But in the end, I think it'll fizzle out, and I think she'll be confirmed, not to take the drama out of it. Sorry.
Right. You know, that's what's so interesting about this. There's a war going on. Normally, these would be, you know, must-watch TV proceedings, as they always are. So there seems to be, you know, little fanfare. We also know that, you know, senators, their staff, they look at basically everything she's ever done, everything she's ever said, who her, childhood best friend is, the streets she grew up on. So we're going to kind of, I think, see that all play out in the next couple of days when the questioning begins. But to your point as well, this could already be a foregone conclusion. There are some Republican senators who have indicated that they will support Judge Jackson. So it remains to be seen. We'll wait for the vote to happen, but she's looking at being the next Supreme Court justice. Doug Burns, final thoughts.
Final thoughts is that the president made a minor mistake in identifying gender and sex in advance, but then he stepped up to the plate and he made a good pick. She's highly qualified, and she should be and will be confirmed.
All right, Doug, thanks for being with us. We'll talk to you again.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Today, all of us here in the department want to remember and honor 4 U.S. Marines who were tragically killed in a training flight crash south of Bodo in Norway, where they were supporting Exercise Cold Response 2022. Captain Matthew J. Tomkevich of Fort Wayne, Indiana, Captain Ross Reynolds of Leominster, Massachusetts, Gunnery Sergeant James W. Speedy of Cambridge, Ohio, and Corporal Jacob M. Moore of Catlettsburg, Kentucky, were all assigned to Marine Medium Tilt Rotor Squadron 261. Numerous NATO allies and partner nations have offered an outpouring of operational support during and following this terrible crash. We are grateful for their efforts and professional commitment to these long and enduring relationships. The Marine Corps did assist the Norwegian-led recovery effort. The deceased will be reunited with their families through a dignified transfer in coming days. And of course, the cause of the crash is currently under investigation. The Secretary had a chance to speak directly with the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Berger, this morning to express not only his personal condolences, but the condolences of everybody here at the department, and to pledge whatever support the Marine Corps and these Gold Star families, as well as their fellow Marines, might need going forward as they deal with this incredible loss. So again, our thoughts and prayers go out to all of those affected by this, but most particularly the family members of these four air crew. On travel, I can announce that the Secretary will be returning to NATO headquarters in Brussels this week to join President Biden at his meetings with NATO allies, G7 leaders, and European Union leaders as they discuss international efforts to continue to support Ukraine and impose severe and unprecedented costs on Russia for its unprovoked and illegal invasion. Additionally, the Secretary will be accompanying the President to Poland, where the President, of course, as you know, is scheduled to also meet with his counterpart and other senior Polish leaders. Finally, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Dr. Hicks, met today with the German State Secretary for the Federal Ministry of Defense, her counterpart, Mr. Benedikt Zimmer. They reaffirmed the U.S.-German bilateral relationship. The Deputy Secretary thanked Secretary Zimmer for Germany's decision to provide defensive lethal and non-lethal aid to support the Ukrainian armed forces. She also thanked Secretary Zimmer for Germany's leadership in NATO as the framework nation for the battle group in Lithuania and for troop contributions to support the defense of NATO's eastern flank. She congratulated Secretary Zimmer on Germany's decision to increase their defense spending to 2% GDP, meeting NATO obligations, while also making significant investments into improving military readiness and capabilities. And that includes Germany's decision to procure 35 F-35 next-generation fighter aircraft. She noted that Germany's investments will be significant towards increasing capabilities within the NATO alliance. Mr. Zimmer and Dr. Hicks again expressed their commitment to continued collaboration on a range of issues, obviously to include NATO interoperability, procurement challenges, and the shared security concerns across Europe. And with that, we'll take questions. Lida.
John, two things. The President talked today about cyber threats from Russia. Can you talk about anything the Department is seeing in terms of any increased cyber activity by Russia? And then secondarily, there's been some discussion about Russia wanting to pull troops from places like Syria and other locations to go into Ukraine. What are you seeing sort of as of today in terms of any Russian troop movement at all?
I don't have any specific cyber threats to speak to with respect to the department's infrastructure as a result of the President's statement today. As you know, Lida, our systems get attacked every day. And so building cyber resilience and cyber defenses is something that's an ongoing process here. We're committed to it every single day. We remain so today, but there's nothing specific to report. I'm sorry, you had another one. Oh, foreign fighters. We have not seen an influx into Ukraine of foreign fighters hired or recruited by Russia, but we continue to see an interest by Russia in doing just that, particularly out of the Middle East. And I mean they've as much as announced it in Syria, but we haven't seen any influx.
So you haven't seen any movement, and are you including also Wagner Group?
Well, the Wagner Group is a private military contractor for Russia. We know that that they have interest in increasing their footprint in Ukraine, but we don't necessarily count that as part of the foreign fighter effort. I mean, they do hire people from foreign countries, but they are certainly interested in plussing up their presence in Ukraine as well. We know they're there, and we know that they want to increase their presence there in Ukraine. But I was referring to the question about separate foreign fighters. And again, we know the Russians want to do that, particularly out of the Middle East, but we haven't actually seen any flow to this at this point. Yes, Zoe.
Thank you. The Secretary last week was visiting Slovakia to try to see if they could give some S-300 to Ukraine. Did you make any progress in finding some missile defense for Ukraine in the last few days?
Well, I want to set one thing straight. He wasn't going to Slovakia to press them to give S-300 missile systems. We went to Slovakia because they're a key NATO ally, and they're obviously in a strategic location with respect to what's going on to Ukraine, and they have a great interest in making sure that because they are on NATO's eastern flank, that the United States and NATO writ large remains committed to protecting that eastern flank. That was not. It wasn't a shopping trip for the Secretary. You heard the Defense Minister after their meeting talk about their willingness to perhaps consider that, and you heard the Secretary say that he'd be willing to stay in discussions with Slovakia about what that could look like, and if and when, if and whether there ought to be some sort of offset capability provided to Slovakia. You saw even last week while we're on the trip that Germany announced that they were going to provide one Patriot battery to Slovakia. So these are ongoing discussions that we're having not only with that nation but many others about how to provide Ukraine the kinds of defensive capabilities, to include long-range air defense that we know that they're comfortable using, they're trained on, that they already have in their inventory, and whether that can be bolstered. So these are active consultations. I don't have any specific arrangements to speak to today that the United States is involved in, but we are obviously actively involved in those conversations going forward.
How fast do you think you can provide such defense to Ukraine?
You mean long range?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, again, we'd like to do it as fast as possible, but these are obviously sovereign decisions that other nations have to make. These are systems that they're employing for their own defense, and so they have to think through all the permutations about whether or not they can provide that and how fast they can, and if there's an offset, how fast can that offset be provided? I mean, there's a lot that goes in here. Obviously, we're all mindful of the clock, and that Russia is intensifying their bombardment and long-range fires on cities and population centers throughout the country. So we're having these conversations literally actively every day at various levels, not just at the Secretary's level, but at other levels here at the Department. Yeah.
John, on Saudi Arabia is in a tough situation currently, as their oil facilities are being targeted by missiles. We heard that the United States provided Patriot batteries just recently to Saudi Arabia. Can you please walk us through the new deployment? Can you confirm this new deployment?
No, I'm not going to. I can't confirm that deployment. As we've talked about many times, we're committed to helping Saudi Arabia defend itself against very real threats to their territory and to their people coming out of Yemen. We're in constant discussions with the Saudis about this threat environment, and always looking for ways to continue to help them defend themselves. But I've got nothing to say with respect to that press report. Yeah.
Hi, John. A defense official earlier today talked about how Russia has been escalating the air war and is launching as many as 300 sorties a day now in the last 24 hours. Is this a new phase in their invasion of Ukraine? And do you think that, or I guess my question would be why? Do you think that there are additional sorties being launched? Is it because their convoys are still basically stuck miles outside of the city? What else are you seeing in the air to show that maybe this might be a new phase?
Yeah, I can't speak to the Russian air plan here, and I'm reluctant to get into a discussion about phasing here on their part. But let me just back up and tell you what we think we're seeing here. We're on day 26. The Russians have clearly not achieved many or almost all of the objectives that we believe they were setting out to achieve. Clearly, and we said this from the beginning, Tara, that they wanted to get after population centers so that they could take control of key ports, key cities, key government institutions, and supplant the government of Ukraine with one more friendly to Russia, and then basically over time erase the sovereignty of Ukraine. When you look at what they've managed to do in 26 days, it's not that impressive. We believe that they're in control of Kherson, but even in Kherson, over the course of the last 48 hours or so, the Ukrainians launched a counterattack to go after them in Kherson. And we know they moved up that coast towards Mariupol, so we assess that they're in control of a town called Berdansk, but Mariupol hasn't fallen, and the Ukrainians are fighting, as you all have seen very, very easily for yourselves, how bravely they're fighting to defend that city, that very key port city. So I think what we're seeing here is the Russians have been flummoxed, they've been frustrated, they have failed to achieve a lot of their objectives on the ground. And because they are essentially still stalled outside Kyiv, outside Kharkiv, outside Cherniv, and so many other places, that they are stepping up their, what we in the Pentagon here call long-range fires, bombardment from afar, whether that's cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, artillery fire. They're lobbing an awful lot of hardware into these cities to try to force their surrender. And it's increased over the last few days. Again, I'm not telling you anything that you guys haven't seen for yourselves, and so many brave reporters on the ground there. And that's resulting in more civilian casualties, more damage to residential areas, hospitals, schools, and innocent victims at greater rates and at greater numbers. And in many ways, it's largely indiscriminate. And so what we're seeing, again, we think is the Russians reacting to this lack of progress by stepping up these attacks to try to forcing this violence on the Ukrainian people to force the surrenders of cities and towns that they have not been able to make any progress on the ground. So again, I'd be loath to call it a phase, a new phase, but clearly they have stepped up this particular tactic. Tom?
Along those lines of ports and long-range fires, what are you seeing in Odessa? There have been some strikes from the sea, and also we understand there are about a dozen Russian ships in the North Black Sea. Can you give us a sense of the breakdown of those ships? How many are LSTs? How many might be used for some sort of an amphibious landing?
Yeah, again, I'm going to be careful not to be spokesman for the Russian Navy, but we have seen increased naval activity in the northern Black Sea. We have indications that some of the bombardment around Odessa is coming from the sea, from surface combatants. I couldn't tell you exactly what munitions and how many and what they're hitting, but we just see those indications that they have increased their activity in the northern Black Sea. That's not something that we had observed over the last few days. Clearly, we're observing that now. It's difficult to know, Tom, what this indicates. Is it the prelude to an assault on Odessa? Is it a diversionary tactic to sort of hold and fix Ukrainian troops in the south so that they can't come to the relief of their comrades in Mariupol or in Kyiv? It's difficult to know. All we can do is tell you what we're seeing, and we're seeing some of that increased naval activity. As for the breakdown of ships, again, our knowledge is imperfect. The best I could do is tell you that it's a mix of surface combatants and amphibious ships, the kinds of ships that you would use to put naval infantry, or in our case, the Marines, ashore.
In ballpark, and the number of people on these ships?
Don't know. Couldn't begin to guess that. Just don't know. Dan?
Could you give us a little idea of how the Russians are using their aircraft? Are they, when Russian troops are pinned down, do they come in and provide close air support, or is this sort of from a distance, even from outside Ukrainian airspace? And then also, in Mariupol, if you could just give us an idea of where things stand at the moment between the Russians and the Ukrainian forces.
I'm probably going to forget both questions, so let me start with Mariupol and remind me if I forget on the other one. But the Ukrainians are very much defending Mariupol. The Russians have tried to encircle Mariupol, surrounding it both from the north and from the south or up the coast. The bombardment of Mariupol, and again, I'm not telling you anything you guys haven't seen through your own sourcing, has intensified over recent days. That they clearly want to take Mariupol. And if you just look at a map, Dan, you can understand why that is. It's a key port city there in the Sea of Azov. It's a link between the Donbass area and Crimea. And it could also be used if they want to squeeze off eastern Ukraine and to try to prevent Ukrainian armed forces from their own flexibility and maneuverability. You can see why Mariupol might be of interest, but the Ukrainians are defending it bravely and have been able to stymie the Russians' efforts to take it. On the aviation question, see, I didn't forget. Again, I want to be careful not to speak for a Russian air plan that we don't own, and we don't have perfect visibility in it. I would say a couple of things. We still assess that the airspace over Ukraine is contested, that the Russians have not achieved air superiority. They still have significant surface-to-air missile coverage over much of Ukraine. That is true. A lot of that comes from systems that are outside the country. I would say the Ukrainians have been extraordinarily effective at preventing the Russians from achieving air superiority by the agility and the nimble way in which they are marshaling their own air defense resources. And that includes everything from aircraft to surface air missile systems, both short range and long range. And that's why, to Sylvie's question, we're continuing to not only provide short range air defense systems to them ourselves, but to work with allies and partners to provide longer range air defense systems. I really don't want to talk about how many flights either Air Force is flying. Again, we don't have perfect visibility and knowledge in that. I would tell you that certainly not all of the air launch cruise missile strikes that the Russians are perpetrating are coming from inside Ukrainian airspace. They don't need to. They can launch air assaults from outside the country as well, and we've seen them do that. But again, the Ukrainians have worked really creatively in the last 26 days to prevent the Russians from absolutely dominating the skies. David.
Of those 1,100 Russian missiles, have the Ukrainians been able to intercept any of them?
Yeah, first of all, I can't confirm the number. And I think they have certainly, I would just put it this way, David, they've used their air defense very effectively. But I couldn't give you an accurate count of exactly how many that they've been able to strike and prevent.
But they have intercepted.
I think I'm just going to leave it at that. Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about the resilience of the Ukrainian forces. Are we seeing them shift into having the upper hand here? And how are those weapon shipments helping? And could this potentially turn the course of the war?
I don't want to get predictive here about what's going to happen and when. I would just say that we remain committed to helping Ukraine defend itself. That means helping them get the systems that they're trained on and are competent in to defend not only their actual ground, but also the airspace over that ground. And they have done a very good job of that. So we're going to keep doing that as much and as fast as we can. The president just signed another $800 million drawdown package that we are actively now filling out, and hopefully shipments will be arriving very, very soon.
But their combat power seems to be a 50-50. Are they pulling ahead in terms of, any success or?
Again, I want to be careful not to get into a qualitative assessment here of who's winning on any given day. It depends on where you are. I mean, one of the brilliant things that Ukrainians have done is be thoughtful about where they're defending and with what and when to be there. And that is what has stymied the Russian advance. I mean, we're at day 26, and they're still well outside Kyiv. They haven't taken Kharkiv. They haven't taken Chernihiv. They haven't taken Mariupol. And we're seeing them react to this frustration by ever more bombardment. And so I really don't think it's a useful exercise on a daily basis to say, you know, who's up and who's down. The point is that the Ukrainians are actively and very effectively defending their territory and their people. Now, that doesn't mean they can defend against every single bomb and every single missile. Clearly, you've seen the pictures for yourselves, the damage that the Russians are doing across the eastern part of the country. It's significant, and they are killing thousands of people in the process of it. But the Ukrainians, with what they have, they're being very smart about marshaling their resources and effectively defending. And also, you know, again, we need to be careful how much information we're putting out there too. We have to be observant of the Ukrainians' ability to defend themselves, and that doesn't mean that we, the United States, are actively putting information out there that could work to their detriment. Yeah, over here, Travis.
Thanks, John. It looks like the last time DoD publicly reported its COVID case numbers was March 11th. I'm just wondering if you're going to continue reporting those numbers, or if there was a decision to kind of ease back on that reporting. And secondly, could you just kind of characterize where the department is as far as the pandemic now? And finally, do you have any idea when we might go back to normal seating here in the
Look, I'm all for the normal seating, and we'll get you back there. As you know, we've increased the numbers here just recently. We're still in a heightened health condition here at the Pentagon, so we're still trying to observe a measure of social distancing here in the briefing room. But look, I'd love nothing better than to get back to normal and off of calling people on the phone, and we'll do that, believe me, as soon as I can. But as for the COVID cases, there's been no decision not to report or to slim down the flow of information. I can tell you that as of the 11th, I mean, we've had, and that's our last update, and I think it's out there publicly. We've had more than 608,000 cases. We've had just over 680 total DoD deaths. That includes military, civilians, dependents, and contractors. As of the 16th of March, we're still working to get shots in arms. We've administered more than 7 million shots in arms. I can give you the breakdown of all the services here as of 16 March. I won't give you the numbers, but we can certainly do that after the briefing. But active duty personnel with at least one dose administered now is at 97.7%. Active duty personnel that are fully vaccinated stands at 92.15%. And the total force, this is reserves and guard as well, at least one dose stands at 93.8%, and the total force fully vaccinated is at 77.7%. So, I mean, we're still working on this very, very hard. And again, there's been no decision not to share that information.
Is there a feeling that we've made it through the worst, and like how much caution is there for the potential of another wave?
Yeah, nobody's doing any spiking of any footballs here. We know this pandemic is still ongoing, that the virus is still dangerous and deadly, because we still are reporting, it's much smaller numbers, but we're still experiencing deaths because of COVID. So we're watching this every single day, and we're not afraid to make adjustments. You know, just recently we relaxed a little bit. None of you are masked today, and we put more seats in the briefing room, but it wasn't long ago when we asked you to be masked in here, and we only had like 8 seats in here. So we're going to keep adjusting as things change. Obviously, we all share everybody's desire to get back to normal and to get to a post-pandemic life, but we have to keep taking it seriously. Yeah, in the back there.
Hey, John, good afternoon. We know through the readouts that came out Friday that both President Biden as well as China's president spoke a lot about Taiwan during their call. I'm just curious, since the invasion by Russia, have you seen any change in China's military posture towards Taiwan? And also, I don't know if you saw over the weekend, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. said that China could be part of the solution, not the problem, to what's going on overseas. I'm just curious, have you seen any efforts on their part to do just that, to be part of the solution?
No changes specifically with respect to Taiwan to speak to. Obviously, nothing's changed about our one China policy, and our efforts and our intention to continue to help Taiwan with its self-defense needs. I took note of the ambassador's comments over the weekend as well. Certainly, should they have a sincere desire to help bring an end to this war, they would find the United States to welcome that. We just haven't seen that yet.
The Chinese military spokesperson called the decision of the Ralph Johnson to go through the strait as provocative. Any response to them, sir?
International waters. Freedom of navigation doesn't just exist for whales and icebergs, and those are international waters. We're going to continue to fly, sail, and operate where international law allows us to do that. Yeah, Tom.
Hi, John. Thanks for doing this. I have a follow-up to Lita's question and a separate one. When she asked about the foreign fighters, you said twice, we have not seen an influx into Ukraine. I just want to be accurate about this. Influx tends to mean large numbers going in. Are you saying you're not seeing large numbers, or are you saying you haven't seen any indication?
We have not seen any indications that foreign fighters outside of private military contractors have flowed into Ukraine.
Okay, thanks for that.
And Tom, I want to be very clear with all of you. There's a limit to our knowledge here, right? So can I definitively tell you that by onesies and twosies, nobody's going to... I can't. We don't have that level of granularity, but I'm saying we just haven't seen any indications of it.
That, but you
I just want to make it clear, because as time goes on, things might change, and our knowledge is, we'll be as transparent as we can about what we know, but we're not going to know everything.
I appreciate that. My second question is, there have been reports over the weekend that the Russians are now planning to use some landmines in and around the major cities of Ukraine. I'm not asking you to verify that or substantiate that. My question, it focuses on the use of landmines in a conflict like this. What impact will that have on the Pentagon's ongoing review of its landmine policy?
I don't know that that would have any effect on our own review of our policy. I need to get to some, but obviously, again, I'm not verifying the reports. But I know you didn't, Tom. But if true, it's just another example of the degree to which the Russians are willing to sacrifice innocent lives for a completely unprovoked war of choice here. Phil Stewart.
Hi, thanks. I was just hoping you could revisit this idea of targeting civilians in Ukraine. And given all the images that have gone out there now about apartment buildings and churches and other structures that have been targeted, theater in Mariupol, is it the U.S. assessment at this point that targeting civilians is part of the strategy by Russia in this war? Thanks.
Again, Phil, without perfect knowledge of what the Russians their plans, we continue to see indiscriminate attacks on civilians, which we believe, in many cases, is intentional. Again, I can't. There's no justification for it, so I'm not even going to try to do that. But clearly, they are causing increased numbers of civilian casualties. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John. I had a couple quick questions. One, can you clarify a little bit what you're doing right now to fulfill the president's $800 million order, basically? Are you looking at Army and Marine Corps inventories for Stingers, Javelins, and these switchblades and body armor, or are you going out and buying it? Please clarify that a little bit. And then I had a follow-on.
Yeah, Tony, we're working very hard right now in both the policy lanes as well as the operational lanes to fill out that $800 million package that the president just signed a few days ago. We started working on it immediately. We're doing that now. I can't speak to any. Specific deliveries, as you well know, likely deliveries of this material will happen over a period of time, and we'll try to expedite that as fast as possible. I mean, if you think about that $350 million, we think we'll be able to close out on that by the end of this week. That's just a couple of weeks of work to get. That's unprecedented pace, and we're going to try to do it just as quickly going forward with this $800 million. So it'll be a series of installments and shipments over time. Obviously, we're going to prioritize the kinds of things that we know the Ukrainians need the most in the fight they're in. And just like we did with the $350 million, so it won't just be a random rack and stack. We're going to try to get them the things they need as fast as possible and make sure it's the right things. I can't give you delivery dates on Stingers or Javelins or UAVs or body armor. Again, we're working that right now. We're in close consultation with not only the services but the combatant commands to try to fill this out. Carla Babb.
Take out the air defenses.
Hey, did you hear Tony's question?
I think I missed it. Tony, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, on the Russian failure to suppress Ukrainian air defenses, those weapons are largely old Soviet weaponry. Is the Pentagon fairly astonished that the Russian Air Force has had such problems taking out basically some of their older equipment from the evil empire, so to speak?
Yeah, Tony, I mean, I would tell you, we think that one reason that the Russians have been frustrated and in terms of the progress that they haven't made, obviously a big reason is the Ukrainian resistance, but also we've not seen them properly plan and execute for logistics and sustainment. They're still having fuel problems. They're still having trouble feeding some of their troops. They're having trouble with command and control on the ground. So that they've made missteps of their own. And that would also include what we in the Pentagon call jointness. We don't see a level of integration between their air forces and their ground forces with any level of efficiency. And I would say the same for maritime, although we haven't seen a lot of maritime activity, and we were talking about some increased maritime activity today. It appears as if a lot of these operations are being conducted in silos, not necessarily integrated across the force. Carla?
Hey, thanks. Sorry. Really quickly, just to follow up on Phil's, your comments to Phil, you just said that you saw indiscriminate attacks on civilians, which the U.S. believes is intentional. Well, there'll be further repercussions to Russians in addition to sanctioning them and supplying the Ukrainians after Russia invaded Ukraine. Will this new, intentional attacking of civilians come with additional repercussions to the Russians? That's question number one. And I'm sorry for my lost voice. Question number two, is the S-300 in Ukraine? And then question number three, has the U.S. been discussing with Turkey about sending an S-400 to Ukraine?
All right, on repercussions, I'm not going to get ahead of where things are. We certainly see clear evidence that Russian forces are committing war crimes. And we are helping with the collecting of evidence of that. But there's investigative processes that are going to go on, and we're going to let that happen. We're going to contribute to that investigative process. As for what would come out of that, that's not a decision that the Pentagon leadership would make. I'm not going to talk about specific systems that are in Ukraine, and I think you guys can understand why we wouldn't do that. Operational security matters to the Ukrainians right now. They're fighting for their country, and the Pentagon is not going to be detailing publicly the tools with which they are doing that. So I'm not going to talk about specific systems one way or the other. Mike Brest.
Thanks for taking my question. The conversation about Ukraine's biolabs really began during Undersecretary Nuland's testimony on the Hill. And during her testimony, she mentioned that the U.S. was concerned that Russia could target these labs. Has the Pentagon seen any evidence of that?
I don't have any indications to speak to today that there's been specific targeting of the biolabs that were in Ukraine. No. Let's see, Heather from USNI.
Hi, thanks so much. Two questions. First, going back to COVID-19, I know that you mentioned the numbers of people who are vaccinated, but any concerns about the lawsuits that are currently making their ways to the different courts, becoming class actions and preventing about 4,000 military personnel from getting vaccinated? And then on the maritime efforts, are you seeing anything of the other Russian fleets outside of the Black Sea Fleet or attempting to go through the straits to the Black Sea?
I have no additional Russian naval activity to speak to. Again, I'm not going to become a spokesman for the Russian Navy. I'm telling you what as much as I can about what we're seeing. And as for lawsuits, I would just, first of all, because there's active litigation, I'm not going to comment in a way that would affect that litigation. I would only simply say that the Secretary, the health and well-being of the entire force is his paramount concern. To Travis's question, this is still an active pandemic. People are still dying. People in our family, in the DoD family, are still dying from this. So we believe that the vaccine literally saves lives. It is still a mandatory vaccine here in the department. It's a lawful order to administer that vaccine, and we're going to continue to administer that vaccine to our troops and our civilians because we believe that it makes individuals more healthy, which makes units more ready, and nothing has changed about that. I get time for just a couple more, Abraham.
Thanks, John. A couple clarifications, and I've got a question.
I don't think I need to clarify anything.
Is DoD ready to confirm if Russia fired hypersonic weapons into Ukraine? That's one.
Do you want me to answer that and then go to the second one? Look, we've seen the Russian claim that they used a hypersonic missile. We're not in a position to refute that claim, but we're also not able to independently verify it.
Okay, I wanted to follow up on Carla's question. Is you talked about you're not going to say what systems are in Ukraine, but is DoD talking to Turkey about transferring S-400? That's one follow-up. And then I would like to have a little more clarity on like how the United States how DoD is helping to get Ukraine the air defense systems it needs if we don't in fact have those air defense systems, and if this $800 million is used at all for that purpose.
The drawdown package that the president signed is for the United States to procure the kinds of defensive assistance that we've been procuring, again, in lockstep with the Ukrainians and talking to them about what they need. And we put out a fact sheet the same day the president announced it. So you've seen the list, the inventory list. Now it's just a matter of sourcing that, getting them, and getting them over there. So I'm not going to go beyond what the president already announced he's going to be providing. Look, on the S-300s, the S-400 rumor that I saw in the press, I would just tell you our focus is on working with allies and partners to help get into Ukrainian hands additional systems that they know how to use, that they operate, that they're trained on, and that they can put to ready use. And I think I'd just leave it at that. Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, in the months since the invasion, have y'all noticed or observed any examples of force-on-force engagements between Russian units and Ukrainian units, or has it been mainly, one side fires artillery at schools and the other side ambushes the lone Russian tank wandering in circles somewhere?
I mean, if you're asking me, are Ukrainian armed forces in contact with Russian forces? Yes, they are.
As sort of organized.
Ukrainian armed forces are in contact with Russian forces and have been. There's no question about that. I can't give you specific units in specific locations. I just don't have that level of detail. But what's noteworthy too, Mike, is that average Ukrainian citizens are coming to the defense of their cities and their homes and their villages. It was quite touching. I spoke to one of your colleagues a week or so ago who was in Poland near a border crossing and seeing buses and trucks and cars and literally thousands of Ukrainians fleeing the country, families in tow. And this colleague of yours didn't see a single man who wasn't turning right back around and going into the fight. And there were many women doing the same thing. Once they made sure that their children were safe, turning right back around to take up arms. The sheer bravery of it is inspiring. So there is contact between the armed forces, clearly. But there's a lot of just average Ukrainian citizens of all stripes that are fighting bravely for their country. Yes.
Thank you. There's been some reporting that Russia is planning to possibly locate nuclear weapons in Belarus. Have you seen any indication of that, or
no?
And if they were to do that, would you consider it an escalation?
Not going to speculate.
Thank you, John. Poland has stated that it plans to submit a proposal for a NATO peacekeeping mission in Ukraine. Does U.S. support that? This is the first thing. The other thing, what's your position if these troops included NATO troops without U.S. troops being involved?
Can you say the second question again?
And what's your position if these troops included NATO troops without U.S. troops being involved?
Yeah. Look, I'm aware that Poland was going to make this proposal today. I think that's a discussion for NATO leaders to talk about later in the week. I'm not going to get ahead of that. It kind of goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. I mean, there shouldn't be a need for a peacekeeping force because there shouldn't have been a war of choice by Mr. Putin, and he can end it today by negotiating in good faith and getting his troops out of Ukraine and stopping the killing and the death and destruction that he and his forces are responsible for. But again, I'm not going to get ahead of international discussions here in this particular proposal. Okay, thanks everybody. We will see you tomorrow.
Well, Councilman, come on over here.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and just really want to, while we're here, to acknowledge Chief Madry, because when he was in Brooklyn North during my campaign, this was one of the visions and mission that he talked about, from what he heard on the ground, how to properly implement this style of policing, modification of uniform, hearing the complaints of what we were doing wrong, in the opinion of many of us. And so, Chief, I thank you. Thank you for your vision and understanding how we can get this right, and we have to get it right. And when you're doing something as transformative as this, there are going to be those who are going to look at the pains that they felt in the past, and they're going to be reluctant to move forward, but we're not. We're not going to be reluctant. We're not going to be fearful of getting it right, because we must. The number of gunshots we're seeing, the number of innocent people being shot, the failure of stopping the flow of guns in our city. As I was in Chicago last week, they removed 12,000 guns off the street of Chicago, and just a steady flow in. Partnering with our federal lawmakers, meeting down in New Orleans with the mayor in Baton Rouge, talking about this, being in Washington, D.C. With the mayor of Washington, as we saw innocent people shot because they're homeless. This is a real fight, and it's not a philosophical one. We're placing these officers in harm's way to do a difficult job, and far too often we ask them to do the job and we send mixed messages. It's not going to be a mixed message under this administration. It's a clear message. Do it right. Don't violate the liberties of people, but go after those guns and those who are the trigger pullers and dangerous in our city. And that's what the commissioner and we have made it clear. You don't have to wonder what our position is. It is public safety and justice. You don't have to trade off between the two. And so I want to thank the commanding officer, Captain Moya, for doing an amazing job and here in his command. And this is the type of young captains we need that bring the right energy. Because trust me, it was not far too long ago that I bet you if you talk to Moya, he could tell you about some of the unfortunate experiences he had. So bringing those experiences and now coming here and running the command is going to say, this is how we get it right, and this is why we're going to continue to recruit from within our city. This great team here from this PSA 7, just days on the street, they have zeroed in on the issues of guns here in the Bronx. And the councilman and I talk about it over and over again, the number of guns, the illegal guns that are on the street in this city. And then to add to the problem are ghost guns. It's a real problem. Now someone can sit in their apartment and manufacture a gun that can be used on our streets. Every day, criminals are thinking of different ways to harm innocent New Yorkers. And we better be as thoughtful, creative, and use every method legally to respond to the threat that's on us. And so the key arrest that we wanted to point out and highlight on Friday, March 18th, this team responded to a 911 call of a woman shot on East 143rd Street. The PSA 7 NST officers identified the suspect and took appropriate action, and they were able to remove a .38 revolver defaced gun off the street by placing the individual under arrest. And on Saturday, March 12th, the individual was in possession of a loaded firearm. He was identified in part because of an intelligence alert from the PSA field intelligence team. We talk about this all the time, the role of social media. People are openly showing guns on social media. going after and threatening other people. Social media responsibility cannot continue to be ignored in this. This is what the Chicago Mayor Lightfoot stated, also what the Baton Rouge Mayor stated, also with the Mayor of Washington, D.C. We all seen the same pattern across our entire country. So the field intelligence team was able to put out the information. We were able to apprehend the individual with a loaded firearm. And so in 6 days since we launched this program and at the police commissioner's leadership, we have made 31 arrests and 10 guns removed from our streets. 6 days, more than a gun a day was removed from our streets. And this is what precision policing is about. The failures of the past is we stopped anyone, searched anyone based on their ethnicity and based on the demographics or the zip code and where they may have lived. We're not doing that. We're not going to allow that to happen in our city. We're not going to break the law to enforce the law. We can have the balance that we are looking for by using precision policing. We're going to stop the river of violence that is feeding the sea of violence. And this team is damming one of those rivers with their activity. And we're going to expand these teams to 5 other precincts to protect our streets and our community. We're going to grow and continue to evaluate, determine that we're making the right fit, to have the right officers that are performing this dangerous assignment, but have the right mindset to do so. These new teams will be at Manhattan's 25th and 28th precincts, Brooklyn's 69th precinct, Queens 114th precinct, and Staten Island's 120th precinct. Not going to surrender our city to violence. It's not going to happen. And we're not going to be distracted. We're not going to allow all the naysayers that don't believe we can do our job correctly and legally to get in the way of keeping people safe. We're going to put violent people away. We're going to remove the guns off our street. And I say this over and over again, this team of officers, the commissioner and I, we need help. We need help. We need help from Washington. We need help on the state level. We need help. But with or without that help, we're going to make our city a safe city. We're going to do our job. This is the commitment and promise I gave to New Yorkers when I was a candidate, and this is what I'm going to live up to as the mayor of the city. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon. We can talk about the great work that's being done here, but we certainly have more work to do, and we know it. That is why we are rolling out more of these teams to be able to stem violence and gun possession in this city. Thank you for being here today. We told the people of New York that their police department, every one of us who serves them, would never stop fighting for their public safety and their quality of life, and we meant it. We said in one way or another we would approach this by rolling out our highly trained neighborhood safety teams with high training, high visibility, and a commitment to face the dangers that this city presents to them. To combine focused, intelligence-based policing with thorough and clear community engagement, as the mayor stated. We need our communities to assist us. We need them to tell us where the problems are and how we can better serve them. We need that engagement in the areas that need us the most. Today, I am proud to announce that in just the first days of their existence, the neighborhood safety team members have effected 31 arrests, as the mayor stated, including 10 for gun possession in 9 separate incidents. Vitally important is that 10 more illegal firearms have been taken off the streets of this city that will never be used to victimize another New Yorker. Let me be clear. Our courageous and dedicated NYPD officers are doing exactly what we asked them to do. Right out of the gate, they're relentlessly confronting crime and disorder with laser-like precision. They're going after and finding the relatively small number of criminals in our city who are responsible for the vast amount of violence in this city. What we're talking about today is the result of NST officers with that focused mission working in 25 different commands across the city. In addition to the illegal guns, the other arrests were for drug sale or possession, forgery, suspended or revoked driver's licenses, reckless endangerment, felony assault, criminal possession of a knife, and criminal trespass. Going deeper, of the 31 total arrests made in the last 6 days by the women and men of our neighborhood safety teams, 61% of those arrested had been previously arrested, most for a major felony. 39% have a history of narcotics-related arrests. 26% have a link to gang or crews, and 23% or more are on parole or probation. This is how the NYPD is reducing and working to eradicate gun violence across the city. These impressive results represent the next era of responsible crime fighting, built and strengthened by the neighborhood-specific concerns of the people who live and work here. Again, we need the community to assist us in our efforts. Together, we are identifying and pursuing the true drivers of crime in our city, those relatively few who are responsible for the most violence, and reinforcing our efforts to get them off our streets, building strong cases for prosecution, and holding them accountable for their actions. We will never stop fighting for New Yorkers, and we will never stop looking for effective ways to do so. I am exceedingly proud of our incredible officers who are out here facing danger every day and leading the way. Mr. Mayor, would you like to take some questions?
Yes. I first want to hear from our partner government, amazing councilman. Really appreciate you. Councilman, why don't you say a few words?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm excited to be here today with you in the South Bronx in my district, you as well, Police Commissioner. I'm going to be frank, regardless of what the naysayer needs. This is exactly what we needed. We needed a specialized neighborhood street team that will help reduce crime and take these guns off our streets. And just to hear the numbers, in 6 days, you've taken 10 guns off the street. That is awesome work, and that is exactly what communities like mine are asking for. And all I'm asking is our communities, if you see something, say something. We have to work together with our police department in order to decrease crime and get these violent criminals and these guns off our streets. May I say something as well?
Yes, you can.
Soy Rafael Salamanca Jr., yo soy el concejal de Sur del Bronx. Le quiero dar las gracias al alcalde y a la comisionada por estar aquí con nosotros. Esto es exactamente lo que nosotros necesitamos, una unidad de seguridad especializando en quitando estas pistolas de nuestras comunidades. En saber que en los últimos 6 días han quitado 10 pistolas de nuestras comunidades es algo que tenemos que aplaudir. Pero un mensaje para nuestras comunidades. Nosotros queremos estar seguros, queremos caminar en nuestras calles sin que alguien nos victimice a nosotros o que seamos un víctima de un crimen. La única manera para hacer eso es que si usted ve algo, llamen a la policía, digan algo. Esa es la única manera que nosotros como una comunidad podemos arreglar estos problemas y en realidad vivir en paz. Gracias, que Dios los bendiga.
Mr. Mayor, we spoke with the Legal Aid Society, and they're saying they have concerns that the culture and the history of some of the civil units, anti-crime plainclothes units, street crime units in the 90s, and some of the allegations, some of the excessive force incidents that we've seen, some of the deaths that we've seen, and they want to know how are we sure that we won't see that this time around. And talk a little bit about the training, because they're saying it's more than just training, more so about the culture, if you will.
Yes, and this is my Warner Wolf moment. Let's go to the videotape. The legal aid was a partner with me when we talked about the over-abusiveness in law enforcement. Legal aid saw me testify in Floyd versus New York City Police Department, and the judge mentioned my testimony in her ruling. Legal aid is well aware of the advocacy of 100 blacks in law enforcement who care. I was an outsider, insider fighting to reform the city. Now I'm the mayor. This is my police department. So why would I spend 30-something years fighting for proper policing and then allow it to erode away? And so all I ask of the legal aid is to come join us, sit inside, analyze the video when we do our arrests, be a part of this evolution, because they have a role also. They have a role to make sure we have proper policing, and they have the role to stop the violence in our city. So the same level of thoughtfulness that they're having to make sure these guys do it right, let's make sure we get it right to stop this violence in our city. We've done it right. We have the training right. We did a recruitment correctly. We interviewed, we vetted. There were those who wanted to be part of this unit. They said, nope, you don't bring the qualifications that we believe for this specialized unit. We did everything that was needed to learn from the past to produce the product we needed that I committed to based on my life work and based on what I believe we need to do to keep our city safe.
This is a question for the mayor and the police commissioner. The statistics, the 31 arrests, the 10 guns in 6 days, what specifically did these teams do to affect these numbers that wouldn't have been done 2 weeks prior? And is it fair to say that these arrests may not have been made if these teams didn't exist?
I don't know that, and I don't want to, go in the area of hypotheticals. But what these officers are doing, they are zeroing in on the dangerous crews and gangs in the city. They're using their experience and knowledge. They are teaming up with our intelligence unit, such as if you see someone waving a gun on Facebook, now you are focusing on that. They are responding. The captain is telling them what areas they are known, areas where shootings are taking place. So they are specializing in understanding how to go and remove guns off our street. That's different from other officers carrying out. They focus on that, but they're carrying out so many other calls of service.
I'm just wondering if there's a specific example, like the Friday, March 18th woman shot, or the March 12th example, if there's something in that specific moment where it's like, this is what this team did differently.
Well, anytime you get a call of a shooting, officers are going to respond. These officers reviewing information and documents of who the gang members are, who the known trigger pullers. There's a small number of people committing these crimes. We keep saying this over and over again. It's not resonating with people. This is not Miss Jones and Pastor so-and-so. There's a small number of people. The more knowledge these officers have of their community and their precinct, they're able to zero in when they hear that calls of shots fired, when that information comes over from our intelligence unit. So it's just a combination of knowledge of the precinct that they are in and how to zero in on those known shooters and gangbangers.
Ashley.
Good afternoon.
How are you? Good to see you.
How you doing? I wanted to ask kind of a double question. First, you mentioned 31 arrests. I'm wondering, out of a pool of how many stops conducted over that 6-day period. And then I noticed that there's no one here from either the CCRB or the monitor's office, so I'm wondering what the oversight portion of this looks like. to make sure that these stops are properly documented, recorded, and that they're conducted with a sufficient legal basis?
And we'll give you the number to the stats, and it's their job to do the oversight. CCRB, the monitor, that's their job. Our job is to go after, get those guns on the street and do it right. And then we're going, CCRB, if complaints come in, they are to investigate those complaints. If the oversight is receiving complaints, they are to investigate. We're going to make sure our video is available. We're going to make sure any data that's available, arrest reports are available. That's the job we have. Those oversight committees and units, they must make sure we're doing it correctly, and we're going to be in constant contact, and whatever information they need to evaluate what we're doing, correct us if we're doing something wrong, help us with the proper training, whatever we need to do this as a partner. This is going to be a transparent agency under my leadership and the leadership of the commissioner.
I understand that, but the NYPD also have an oversight responsibility as well, especially with the federal monitor. And I'm just curious why none of them are here. You also appoint the CCRB chair, who is currently in active capacity.
Well, you were saying we have our oversight. We do. We have Internal Affairs Bureau. We have the Inspection Unit. We have all of our internals. But we want to make sure that CCRB is not, I don't want to intimidate or get in the way of the job of this independent CCRB. So for them to stand here with us, that's the wrong message. It sends a message that they're working for the police department. No, they're working for the people of the city of New York. The independent monitor is working for the people of the city of New York. The commissioner is in charge of her inspections unit and her Internal Affairs Bureau and her ICOs. Those are our internal mechanisms. Those other mechanisms should be removed from the police department to send the right message. They have their level of independence so that they can do their investigation.
But to your knowledge, have any of those arrests or stops been have had issues with either the documentation on paper or with body camera video?
No, not at all, to my knowledge. How are you, Marsha?
How are you today?
Good.
So to take nothing away from these brave men who really have worked hard, this was a very difficult week for the police department. There were 30 shooting incidents, 35 victims, and it wasn't just guns. There were knifings, there was attempted rape, there were assaults. And I wonder, what do you say to New Yorkers who say, we're afraid? Should we come back to work because crime seems to be unrelenting?
The city was out of control. I mean, how many times I got to say that? This city was a city where we legalized public urination. We allow people to go into stores and commit crimes. We allow people to jump over the turnstile and not pay their fare and not prosecute. We sent the wrong message. We sent the wrong message. And so the fear that people are feeling, I understand what they're feeling. But we're not going to have a city out of control.
But you see, this weekend, the city was out of control. 30 shooting incidents, 35 different victims, and that wasn't all. So it's still sending the message that despite the work that these incredible people are doing, we're still having high levels of crime.
Crime is a Titanic. You know, crime is an ocean liner. You have to start changing the mindset on the streets. You have to start understanding that what we were doing in the past is not what is going to happen now. And that is what we're doing. And in spite of what these men and women are doing, there are those that feel they shouldn't be doing it. We have to ignore all that noise and keep our city safe to the everyday citizen that believes they should be able to ride the subway, go to school, enjoy their parks, enjoy their community. That is who we are speaking on behalf of. And yes, we're moving in the right direction because we're putting the right systems in place to make our city a safe city.
All right.
We're hoping we can do it tomorrow. But you know what? It's going to take the right execution of this amazing plan that we continue to do. And there's many layers. This is one layer. You know, our dyslexia screening is another layer. Our employment of 100,000 people, summer youth employment is another layer. Our paid internship is another layer. People don't acknowledge the holistic approach that we are doing to stop crime. They want to focus on one aspect of it, but they can, by the time these guys take actions, we're already failed. We're already failed.
Guys, we're going to take two more on this topic, and then we're going to excuse the PD personnel.
Hi, Christy.
Christy.
Hi.
Mayor, is there any plan soon to talk to two things, right? Is there any plan soon to talk to Biden about this?
Yes.
All this list of things that all these mayors need that you've been speaking with, and also changes to the bail reform law from Governor Hochul. Any take on that? It's kind of getting kind of backlash on both sides. What do you make of that? Do you think that will change the program at all?
Well, number one, I'm going to travel across the country and do Zooms with all my mayors across the country. We're going to share best practices. We're going to show what we're doing here. We're all in this together. We're going to move and be creative in sharing, see if it's possible for us to share gun tracking data. We're not going to leave any stones unturned, and our goal is to help each other get out of this real sea of violence that we are experiencing. In Albany, I gave my blueprint to Albany. I don't control Albany. I'm happy to see the governor has embraced some of the things that I raised in the blueprint, and I'm hoping that they look and see that we're coming from a good place of public safety and justice, but they have to make the determination. I have to deal with things that are within my span of control.
All right, guys, we're going to take one more question, and then we're going to take a 20-second pause, all right? Bernadette, New York Post.
So on the units, the 25th precinct was supposed to be part of the first phase of the rollout, which we were memos last week. Why was that moved to phase 2? And then also, back to that bail reform question, have you been communicating with either Speaker Steve or Andre Stewart Cousins? Because those are the two individuals that seem to be the obstacles with getting Hochul and your plan, one of the major tenets of this, rivers of violence, or extending rivers rather. What happens if that doesn't get done? How does that impede you from keeping the city safe?
Okay, you asked two questions, but I'm going to do the two questions in one. You have a lot of swagger with your Pumas on. I think that's real cool, So we want to get it right. The commissioner was clear. We were not going to go on this imaginary timetable. People were saying, well, why you to do it this day, that day? Commissioner was clear. We're not doing it until we get it right. Because the worst thing we could do is try to rush something of this sensitivity and not get it right. She was very clear, had to pass her test, that they were the right officers, the right precincts, and we're going to execute this correctly. And that is what she did, and I really want to commend her. Even when I called her and say, what's going on? She's like, Eric, has to be done right. You pick me as the police commissioner, I'm going to do it right. And she shut me down several times when I said, Marsha, keep harassing me that I don't have it out already. She said, I got to get it right. And commended her. She got it right, and she's going to execute it with her comfort. I speak to the leaders, and, I don't go over private conversations. I'm just hoping they take into account what's in my blueprint. That's the best I can say on that.
All right, guys, we're going to pause for 20 seconds and let the police personnel step out.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. Good job. Thank you. No. I saw it.
Take a look at it.
Yes, I did.
Guys, anybody else got to step out? Step out now, please.
We'll do a few off topic. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, well, I'm still going to get Commissioner Deputy Commissioner Miller testified to the City Council last week saying essentially that there was no spying on the Muslim community after 9/11. That's in a lot of dispute. There's been a lot of criticism. I'm wondering, do you agree with what you said? And do you believe that there was any impropriety?
Listen, I was, again, we have to go back to the videotape. I was the leading voice. I filed an amicus brief in court with the lawsuits. I felt there were inappropriate actions taking place in the city under previous administrations. I showed my voice towards that. I stood next to the Muslim community. I stood in front of the federal penitentiary on 3rd Avenue. I talked about what happened in New Jersey. If you go back and pull the comments, I was clear. I thought what we did was wrong. And I think that it was smart to disband the demographics unit. I thought it was smart to bring in an independent ex-federal judge to monitor what was happening. I thought it was smart what we did around Hanshu. I thought we did some things that were wrong, and they will never happen under my administration.
So given that position, do you think it was appropriate for Deputy Commissioner under your administration to say there's nothing wrong with it?
It is up to the mayor to set the tone. I set it, the tone, not only now saying it was wrong, I said it then when it was happening. And we're not going to do the things we did then. It won't happen under this administration.
I wanted to ask if you saw Congressman Richie Torres's op-ed in the Daily News about how he thinks the state needs to embrace crypto. I was wondering if you read that, and I wanted to ask you about some of the ideas that you have, which was the cyber wallet for municipal workers, starting an education, a curriculum in New York City public schools. I know you just came back from that conference in Miami. I was wondering if you could talk about what did you get from that conference, and where do you think we'll be a year from now on some of these ideas that you've put out?
So what we would do was set up a time with Max, and we'll sit down and do a deep dive conversation on where I am on all of those topics. So we won't do it in just a sound bite, but I look forward to sitting down with you and giving you my overall view on how do we use blockchain, crypto, etc. I'll make sure Max reaches out to you, and we can sit down and have a conversation.
Okay, other questions?
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
Well, thank you. I hope you are too.
Yes.
There's two large groups of Asian American New Yorkers, Pacific Islanders, New Yorkers standing on these long lines, waiting with a pepper spray. We speak to the fear that's rampant in this community and perceived threat to Asian American New Yorkers.
Yes, not only speak to it, we go back to 2001. I stood with Asian American family members when a young delivery person was attacked and robbed. I was there with them throughout my entire time as borough president. The Asian American AAPI community will tell you clearly where I stand when it comes down to the violence that we are experiencing. When I sat down with the members in the community, they were very concerned on how we were designating these crimes as hate crimes. We took immediate actions. I had new leadership over at the hate crime unit to send the right message. We're not going to try to cover this up. Number two, strong believer, no plea bargaining should be given to someone that commits a hate crime in this city. We need to stop negotiating these cases out. You saw the reports. Many of them are not charged overall with the hate crime as they take place. We need to beef up our hate crime unit to have those undercover officers in the community so we can zero in on those who are committing these crimes. And many of them are dealing with mental health issues that we have to make sure we be more proactive. That is why we're putting in place our transit initiative to be proactive and not allow people to linger in our subway system where you have witnessed many of these attacks have taken place. And so I think it's a combination of even education. You know, we're in a divided city. And, you know, we have to start educating our children on the beauty of the diversity of our city and be creative, like my Breaking Bread Building Bonds, where we had 100 dinners, 10 people at each dinner from different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. We have to start talking about our diversity. So there's a multitude of things that we need to do, and I have been in a partnership with the AAPI community for years on dealing with this issue, because this has been highlighted now, but a lot of this violence has been here for a long time and has been ignored.
What about the times that they're so desperate and that they have to go defend themselves, arm themselves with pepper spray and other measures?
It's an indictment on our city. It's an indictment on our country. It is an indictment that is leading to people feeling unsafe. You know, I was at an event yesterday talking to my Jewish community. The level of anti-Semitism increased. That's an indictment, and that leads to the erosion that we have witnessed in this city, and that is part of the overall approach to making this city not to be a city where people have to stand on line to get maced. That's an indictment on our city.
Like you got the last one. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for taking my question. I wanted to ask you about somebody we've written about before, Eileen Hernandez. She lived in a home, her landlady died. There have been all kinds of issues in this home, rodents, electricity, exposed wire, etc. She put in for a FEPS voucher, got the FEPS voucher. HRA did a digital inspection. I think it's kind of like a virtual inspection. And due to what she and the realtor believe is some sort of glitch with the inspection, she's been denied entry into this new apartment that she qualified for. And from what we've learned, this is, these sorts of inspections, these virtual inspections have predominated because of COVID. So there's no in-person inspection. What can the city do to, this is a woman with 2 young kids who's living in a pretty bad situation. What can the city do to alleviate situations like this?
Well, first of all, I'm troubled to hear that, and we can't be so bureaucratic that we're not solving the problems. And can I dig into that more with you to learn about what happened in this case? Let's use this case as a case study, because I don't want my city employees in the luxury of their homes and preventing someone from getting their homes. So I need to dig into that and use this as a case study of exactly what happened here that we could not get her inside her home. So if you give me a day to let me just dig into it, and I'll circle back to you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, folks. Do you think that the turnstile jumping should be decriminalized? You were talking about that.
Now, you said decriminalized?
Your questions, but 2 items at the top today. This morning, as I know many of you all saw at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, the Secretary announced that the State Department has, after rigorous factual and legal analysis, determined that members of the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against the Rohingya. Since the Holocaust, the United States has concluded only 7 other times that genocide was committed. This determination marks the 8th. Burma's military has for decades committed unspeakable atrocities against Burma's population that includes ethnic and religious minorities and pro-democracy activists. In 2016 and 2017, Burma's military unleashed a wave of horrific violence in northern Rakhine State against predominantly Muslim Rohingya that, at the time, the United States concluded constituted ethnic cleansing. Since 2017, the department and others have worked to investigate and document these atrocities. The United States is committed to pursuing truth and justice for victims and accountability for those responsible for these atrocities and for other human rights violations and abuses across Burma. As the Secretary made clear, justice and accountability, whether via international or domestic courts, must be part of the pathway out of genocide in Burma. Our commitment includes support for international mechanisms like the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar, IIMM, for which the Secretary announced a nearly $1 million contribution to support its mandate to investigate, collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of the most egregious and serious international crimes in Burma since 2011. Although this determination focuses on genocide and crimes against humanity against the Rohingya, Burma's military has committed atrocities against members of other ethnic and religious minority groups across Burma for decades. Many of the military leaders involved in the genocidal campaign against Rohingya in 2016 and 2017, including the general who led it, are the same ones who overthrew Burma's democratically elected government on February 1st of last year. And since the coup, we've seen the Burmese military use many of the same tactics. Only now, the military is targeting anyone in Burma it sees as opposing or undermining its repressive rule. Shining a light on these atrocities is critical to ending the decades of impunity that has brought Burma to the crisis it is in today. We call on the international community to do more to stop the Burmese military's violence, including by ending the sale and transfer of arms material, dual-use equipment, and technical assistance to the Burmese military regime and its representatives. We are working with our allies and partners to achieve this. We reiterate our call for the Burmese military regime to end its use of violence, release all those unjustly detained, and engage in constructive dialogue with all parties to restore Burma's path to democracy. Next and finally, the world continues to witness Russia's unrelenting and cold-blooded bombardment of Ukraine, causing death and destruction. These strikes have destroyed civilian infrastructure, including a maternity hospital, apartment buildings, and an art school where 400 civilians were sheltering, and hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent men, women, and children have lost their lives in this needless carnage. In the face of it, President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine continue to show strength and courage in the country's fight against these Kremlin forces. As Russia's forces continue to die needlessly in Ukraine and the economic costs of the war mount within Russia, President Zelensky has also made it very clear that he is open to a diplomatic solution that does not compromise the core principles at the heart of the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. The effects of Putin's war of choice aren't restricted to Ukraine and Russia, however. This conflict has had ripple effects around the world. It calls into question security and prosperity for all of us on issues ranging from self-governance to human rights to energy and food security. That is why we cannot stand quiet. We must all stand up for what is right. We support the people of Ukraine in their just cause, the defense of their country, and the defense of their democracy. And as we have done since the beginning of this crisis, we will continue to support Ukraine's efforts to de-escalate through diplomacy in order to secure a ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russia's troops from Ukraine. We know that diplomacy requires both sides to genuinely engage in good faith, but President Putin has made no indication that he is prepared to stop the onslaught. This war, we know, is not going according to Putin's plan. A quick victory has been stymied by Ukraine. Whenever and however this war ends, the United States and the international community will, together with our partners in Ukraine, ensure that Putin's war of choice is a long-term strategic failure for the Kremlin. With that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ed. I have a question or two about Burma, but
Sure.
I'll let them. But we need to get this Russia diplomacy stuff out of the way first, and that is, what, if anything, do you take from this démarche that the Kremlin or that the Russian Foreign Ministry says that it delivered to Ambassador Sullivan today, which, according to them, warned that we're on the brink of severing diplomatic relations?
Well, I will leave it to ask you. I will leave it to you to.
Well, let me expound.
I know you always you're always willing to postulate, but I will leave it to you to ask the Kremlin what message it was that they may have wished to relay. I can tell you the message that was relayed by Ambassador Sullivan when he met with Russian government officials. As you know, as a general matter, we don't speak to every single diplomatic communication, but I will say this. Ambassador Sullivan took advantage of this encounter to demand that the Russian government follow international law and basic human decency, for that matter, and allow consular access to all U.S. citizen detainees in Russia, including those in pretrial detention. You've heard from us say in recent days that we have repeatedly made this request for consular access to American citizen detainees, and we have consistently and improperly been denied access for months. This is completely unacceptable. It is in direct contravention of Russia's international obligations under the Vienna Convention and under our bilateral agreement on consular access to detainees.
Okay, so he did not take this opportunity to raise the situation in Ukraine at all?
Matt, we have a number of avenues where we can raise our concerns, including here in public. Again, I'm not going to read out the entirety of that session, but if you listen to the Russians, they had a message that they wanted to convey. We too have a message that Ambassador Sullivan was very direct in conveying. When it comes to what we've heard from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as they have explained, they've given their version of events. I think it is worth repeating that Russia is carrying out an unprovoked and an unjustified war on Ukraine, and we are seeing clearly evidence that they are intentionally targeting civilians and committing indiscriminate attacks. President Biden's comments last week, the comments that were later echoed by Secretary Blinken and others, they speak to the horror of the brutality Russia has unleashed on an innocent neighbor that posed absolutely no threat or security risk to Russia. We warned Russia before the invasion began that if they were to move forward with it, they would face severe consequences and unprecedented costs, unprecedented economic costs, financial costs, diplomatic isolation, strategic weakness on the world stage. And that's exactly what has happened in the United States, along with our allies and partners. We will continue to raise those costs until and unless President Putin relents in this war of choice that he continues to perpetrate against Ukraine. His economic woes will grow, his financial woes will grow, his diplomatic isolation will only increase, and his strategic weakness on the world stage will only develop further over time. We believe at the same time, and this is the very reason why Ambassador Sullivan was there today, it's the very reason why Jake Sullivan spoke to his counterpart, Mr. Patrushev, last week. It's the very reason we have deconfliction channels on a tactical level with Moscow. We believe it's important to maintain channels of communication with Russia. You've heard us say before that open dialogue, or the ability to engage in open dialogue, it's crucial, especially during times of tension, especially during times of conflict. We have sought to maintain those open lines of communication. We have sought to maintain a diplomatic presence in Moscow. We have sought for the Russians to be able to continue to maintain a diplomatic presence here in the United States. Now, the Russians, at just about every turn, have taken actions that call into question whether they too welcome these same open lines of communication. We find them important. We find them necessary. But I'll leave it to the Kremlin to speak to
well, like I said,
their thoughts.
They did call him in, so I mean they're obviously interested in communicating something. They say that the foreign ministry statement said that they summoned him because they wanted to complain about President Biden's comments that you just mentioned. Is it safe to assume that Ambassador Sullivan said that the U.S. stands by the comments of the president, the war criminal comments that the president made and that the secretary then repeated?
I think it is safe to assume that Ambassador Sullivan, as he has consistently done, has made clear to his Russian interlocutors the costs that before the invasion would befall the Russian Federation if they went forward with this action, and since then, the fact that the costs will continue to climb until and unless President Putin relents.
But specifically, they said that the comments were inappropriate and not becoming of a person of that. You know what they said.
It's awfully rich to hear a country speak about quote unquote inappropriate comments when that same country is engaged in mass slaughter, including strikes and attacks that have resulted in civilian lives, strikes and attacks, barrages that have leveled civilian cities, an invasion of 100,000+ forces against a largely civilian population. That's awfully rich to hear that country speak about unacceptable comments.
Last one, just on his point, you said was to talk about the treatment the U.S. detainees. The three of them that we know most about. I don't know if there are others, but has there been any change in the case of Trevor Reed, Paul Whelan, or Brittany Griner?
There has been no change in those cases, and that's part of the reason why Ambassador Sullivan took advantage of the encounter, took advantage of the opportunity to stress Russia's obligation, including under international law, including under its obligations under the Vienna Convention, to allow consular access to individuals like Paul Whelan, like Trevor Reed, like Brittany Griner. We have not yet been granted any consular access to Brittany Griner. It has been some months since we've been
Are you
allowed
able to
see.
say if they offered him any assurances on the detainees?
I have nothing to rely on.
Thank
that.
you.
Clarify. The president called Putin a war criminal. If I recall, the secretary said war crimes were committed. Did he actually call Putin a war criminal, the Secretary of State?
The secretary, when he was addressing all of you last week from this
Right.
podium,
I recall he said that war crimes were committed.
he said personally that he agrees with the president.
So he is calling Putin a war criminal.
Secretary Blinken echoed the same sentiment that the president conveyed a day earlier, that it is impossible as a human to witness what is transpiring, what has transpired in Ukraine, to look at the horrific imagery, a strike against a maternity hospital in Mariupol, not to mention attacks against civilian neighborhoods, schools, residential buildings, apartment buildings, and as a human, to come away from that feeling that war crimes have been committed. The president was speaking from the heart. Secretary Blinken was doing the same, echoing precisely what the president had said the day before. Now, of course, that doesn't obviate the fact that this building, as it always does, is conducting a rigorous analysis, collecting evidence, analyzing that evidence, sharing that information with international partners. And if to knowing that there is a legal definition of war crimes that has to be met as a matter of law and policy before this building can issue such a formal proclamation.
So the question is, I mean, you talked about diplomacy and the need and the necessity of maintaining open channels and so on. I mean, when you call someone a war criminal, this is really at a point of no return, so to speak, in terms of engaging with them diplomatically. And so what is the next step? Probably severing relations or something like that?
Saeed, it's rare that we negotiate or conduct this type of diplomacy with friends. It is this kind of diplomacy that we have supported, the Ukrainians are engaged in, our allies and partners are engaged in, for one reason and one reason alone, to save lives. It is a fact that the Russian Federation is the belligerent in this case that has invaded a country that posed no threat, that continues to have its forces on sovereign Ukrainian territory, that continues to assault Ukraine with bombs. and missiles and artillery and gunfire, resulting in hundreds, if not thousands, of civilian casualties, and untold more in terms of Ukrainians and Russians who have already lost their lives in this needless conflict. So yes, as is President Zelensky, as is the Ukrainian government, we are committed to seeing through the diplomatic path, recognizing that only through the path of diplomacy will we be able to save lives. Diplomacy oftentimes requires that you negotiate with those who you probably wouldn't describe as friends, those who may be unsavory, those who, as in this case, are responsible for violence and carnage. But we're doing that with one goal and one goal in mind: to bring this war to an end and to save innocent life. Paul.
I got a couple questions. One is, I didn't really understand this, something you said at the top where you said President Zelensky made it clear that he's open to a diplomatic solution. That then you said that does not compromise the core principles at the heart of the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. So that didn't make sense. That sounds like you're supporting the Kremlin's principles. But anyway, if you could clear up what you were trying to say there.
Sure.
Secondly, all these reports of the Russians forcing people from Mariupol to Russia, which could be considered a war crime. Do you have any information that would confirm those reports?
So on your second question, what remains true is that we continue to see evidence every day pointing to actions, activities that may constitute war crimes. We are taking a very close, very thorough look and examination of all the information that is available to us to determine formally, as a formal matter, if war crimes have been committed. When it comes to the situation in Mariupol, we continue to call on the Russian government to allow genuine, safe passage so that civilians can depart cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces, and allow deliveries of humanitarian goods. In short, when it comes to Mariupol, when it comes to other cities that are under siege, we want the opportunity for civilians to go out, humanitarian supplies to go in. That is what is important to us. The reality continues to be that while humanitarian goods are gathered and en route to the areas most in need, the convoys typically are not able to reach people in besieged cities. This is what appears to us to be blatant manipulation and exacerbation of human suffering to serve nothing more than the Kremlin's political ends. As the International Committee of the Red Cross stated, quote, "With no aid, the people in Mariupol are being suffocated." We have seen growing reports of this type of abhorrent behavior, including intentional attacks of civilians by Russian forces in Mariupol. These reports include, as I mentioned before, the attack on the maternity hospital, a bombing a theater clearly marked as a shelter for children, reports that Russian forces are attempting to use hundreds of civilians at an intensive care hospital as human shields, while continuing to fire on Ukraine's soldiers. These brutal tactics demonstrate an utter indifference to human life, and they are appalling. This continues a horrific trend. Civilian deaths, we know, are multiplying, as is destruction of civilian infrastructure. What seems to be the case, and you heard this from a number of officials, including our senior intelligence officials, when they testified before Congress in recent days, that President Putin had in his mind a clear plan, a plan that would have him taking cities, major urban centers, in a matter of days, if not hours. Tanks rolling into Kyiv shortly after they rolled across the border, only to have been stymied by the fierce resistance that Russian forces have continued to meet, and to find that those plans for a quick territorial victory have been thwarted, as Russia's forces now have remained stalled for more than 3 weeks.
We're back to Mariupol. So there's reports that people are actually being moved from there to Russia. Do you have any evidence of that?
We've seen
support
those
these reports.
We've seen those reports. We are in the process of investigating them. We are in close consultation with our Ukrainian partners, with others who may be able to provide firsthand accounts of what is taking place on the ground. Of course, these reports are deeply concerning, and if true, they would amount to additional evidence of what would appear to be the mistreatment of civilians.
And in the first part, I asked you to clarify, what are you saying about your support for a negotiated settlement a la Zelensky, but on whose principles?
So the point I was trying to make at least, is that this is a war that is in many ways bigger than Russia. It's bigger than Ukraine, however important and however monumental the stakes are in this, in President Putin's war against Ukraine. The key point is that there are principles that are at stake here that have universal applicability everywhere, whether in Europe, whether in the Indo-Pacific, anywhere in between. And those are the core principles that President Putin has sought to violate and flout, and that our Ukrainian partners, backed by the international community, have sought to defend. The principle that each and every country has a sovereign right to determine its own foreign policy, has a sovereign right to determine for itself with whom it will choose to associate in terms of its alliances, its partnerships, and in what orientation it wishes to direct its gaze. In this case, Ukraine has chosen a democratic path, a Western-looking path, and that is something that clearly President Putin was not willing to countenance.
Does that mean that if under pressure of negotiation and war, that Zelensky gives up the previous desire to join NATO, if he even gives up control of his military, that the U.S. wouldn't go along with an agreement, a negotiated agreement?
We are there to support our Ukrainian partners, and this gets back precisely to those principles. It is a sovereign right, the sovereign responsibility of every country to determine for itself its foreign policy, with whom it chooses to associate, and to make decisions regarding its path forward. We are there to support President Zelensky. We're there to support the Ukrainian government. We're there to support the Ukrainian people. But more than that, what we are doing, even while we see at the moment very little indication that the Russian Federation is serious about genuine diplomacy, what we are doing is moving across multiple fronts to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. And we've done that in a number of different ways. As you've heard in recent days, including last week when we went into some detail, we have provided an unprecedented amount of security assistance to our Ukrainian partners, $2 billion since the course of this administration. $800 million was announced last week. Within the last week, there's been $1 billion total, providing our Ukrainian partners with precisely the systems and the capabilities and the assets that they will need and have been able to use to defend themselves effectively against this Russian aggression. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, we are imposing costs, just as we said we would, on the Russian Federation for this egregious violation of sovereignty, of Ukraine's territorial integrity. And you see those costs being borne by the Russian economy, its financial system, also its strategic standing in the world. It was just today that a very limited sector of the Russian stock market reopened. It had been closed for these 3 weeks now, presumably in an effort to forestall capital flight. You look at the value of the ruble, you look at interest rates, you look at the number of international companies that have decided to flee the Russian marketplace, not wanting to in any way be a part of President Putin's war of choice against his neighbor, and quite literally making clear where they stand with their feet, leaving the Russian marketplace behind. Paul. Peter.
President Biden just reiterated his warning about the danger of Russian cyber attacks. Do you have anything to add from the State Department on the nature of that threat, where the intelligence for that threat comes from? And has the State Department or any other part of the administration issued a warning to Russia against committing cyber attacks of that nature? And was there a threat of consequences?
So I understand that my colleague at the White House, Ann Neuberger, is speaking to this at the moment, so I'm going to largely defer to the White House to speak to it. But to the second element of your question, as you know, we have had a number of opportunities to express in no uncertain terms to Russia our concerns regarding its use and its behavior in cyberspace. This was a principal topic of discussion during President Biden's meeting with President Putin in June in Geneva. There was a lot of attention, of course, at the time paid to the issue of ransomware. But we have made it very clear to the Russians that there would be a high price to pay if they were to use their capabilities to target critical infrastructure, to target sectors of strategic importance. But it's not something we'd want to speak to from here. Yep.
Just related to that, other than the meeting with Ambassador Sullivan, has there been any other high-level contact between the administration and the Russian government?
Well, last week the White House read out Jake Sullivan's phone conversation with his counterpart, Mr. Patrushev. We do maintain channels of communication, including at the tactical level, and the Department of Defense has spoken to a channel of tactical deconfliction. We, of course, have our embassy in Moscow. Ambassador Sullivan, as I just mentioned, had an opportunity to convey our own message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs today. So if we want to convey a message to Russia, we have multiple avenues to do so. Alex.
On the talks, you just said that there's very little indication that the Russians are taking them seriously. So does that mean that you don't think any progress has been made? Is there any sign of progress that you have seen, and if so, in which of those key areas?
Well, Alex, I will, in the first instance, leave it to our Ukrainian partners to speak to progress or lack thereof. And I think we've all heard statements from senior Ukrainian officials, including President Zelensky, that continue to cast doubt on Russia's intent in taking part in discussions which have taken place at a number of different levels, but heretofore have not resulted in any concrete sign of de-escalation, has not resulted in any diminution of the violence, has not created any clear pathway out of this conflict just yet, at least. Of course, we continue to support dialogue and diplomacy between Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine with the support of the United States, Ukraine with the support of our partners and allies. But more than sentiment and reactions coming out of the talks, what we are going to continue to look for is any indication that these talks are bearing fruit in some of the most important metrics. That is a diminution of violence, that is a withdrawal of forces, that is anything that would indicate that the Russians have any genuine interest in seeing a way out of this conflict, and that's not anything we've seen yet.
Are they briefing you on their talks after each round?
So as you know, the Secretary has spoken to his counterpart, Foreign Minister Kuleba, multiple times in the past week. We have been regularly apprised of developments from these discussions from our Ukrainian partners. There are several close allies and partners of ours who are supporting talks and dialogue in different ways. Our French allies, our German allies, our Turkish allies, our Israeli partners. We've also had an opportunity to hear from them directly in recent days regarding the progress or lack thereof in these various channels.
One final question, sorry, Ned. Do you have any confirmation that any of these top-level security officials have been arrested in Russia? There's been a report of at least the one FSB intelligence officer in charge of Ukraine.
I'm not in a position to confirm those reports. What I can say, though, is what has been clear to everyone with access to uncensored information, that is to say, just about everyone outside of Russia's borders. We have seen signs of dissent within Russian society that have been high profile and quite visible. It is clear to my earlier point that President Putin has made a series of miscalculations I already said before that he severely miscalculated if he thought that his forces could roll into Ukraine and could take the country by force, including its major cities and urban population centers within a matter of hours and not face resistance. President Putin miscalculated if he thought that he wouldn't face the serious economic and financial repercussions that President Biden and the international community promised he would face, pledged that he would face if this invasion went forward. And he miscalculated if he thought that he could mount this type of large-scale invasion, have his forces bear the costs in terms of blood, in terms of treasure, and not face popular discontent back at home. It's been very clear that this is not a war that the Russian people are uniformly behind. The Russian government, the Kremlin, has done everything it can to try to control information, to control the information environment to an even greater degree than the Kremlin previously did. But even despite this crackdown on channels of information, on protesters, with the arrests of more than 15,000 peaceful demonstrators, there are still very clear indications that President Putin's war of choice does not have the full support of the Russian people. And we see that dissent, even knowing that the Russian people do not know the full cost of this war. The Russian people aren't being allowed to see that their sons, brothers, fathers are coming home in body bags if the Russian government is bothering to bring them home at all. They aren't seeing the true financial costs of this war. They aren't seeing the true toll of the international community sanctions and other economic measures of this war. And surely they aren't seeing the strategic implications for Russia that the country will grapple with for quite a long time to come as a result of President Putin's aggression. Yes?
News reports say that the U.S. will provide Ukraine with Soviet air defense systems secretly acquired. Are these reports accurate? And did the State Department ask Turkey to provide Ukraine with their S-400 systems?
So clearly I'm not going to speak to news reports you just referenced. What I will say is that we are working to provide our Ukrainian partners with precisely the types of systems, including the surface-to-air systems, that they need to take on the threat from Russia that they are enduring. When it comes to systems like the S-300, we are working to get this done to help Ukraine acquire long-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems. We're continuing to work with our partners and our allies, as we've done well before this war began, to surge new assistance, including Soviet or post-Soviet Russian-made anti-aircraft systems and the necessary ammunition to employ them. These are the systems our Ukrainian partners are already trained on, the systems that they have used to good effect already. Secretary Blinken has approved 14 of our partners to provide U.S. origin equipment to Ukraine. More than 30 other countries around the world have provided their own forms of security assistance. We are working together with the Department of Defense and others to do an inventory, to source, and ultimately to provide the equipment, whether it's U.S. made or it is some other origin, to our Ukrainian partners so that they can have what they need.
What about Turkey?
When it comes to Turkey, we thank Turkey for its commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, to its territorial integrity, as well as for Turkey's efforts to assist in Ukraine's time of need. We know that our Turkish allies, as I mentioned before, have been deeply engaged in these diplomatic efforts as well. We will defer to the government of Turkey to speak to the specifics of any assistance that it is providing to Ukraine, but every NATO ally has stepped up in important ways, whether that's security assistance, humanitarian assistance, financial assistance, or economic assistance to Ukraine. For our part, as I said before, we're continuing to surge security assistance to our Ukrainian partners. We are helping to acquire those longer-range anti-aircraft systems that President Zelensky has requested. Yes.
Thank you. I have a few questions on Russia and China. On this podium, you have said that the U.S.-China relation is not binary. So when it comes to China-Russian relation, I wonder, do you view it as binary, black and white? Because from your previous remarks, it sounds like if China doesn't agree with the United States 100%, then China is on the wrong side.
No, look, every country is going to have a unique relationship with Russia and with the PRC for that matter. The point we've made is that whether it's the PRC or any other country around the world, we aren't forcing our partners to choose between us and them. What we are doing in this case is putting a spotlight on the fact that regardless of your partners and allies, what the Russian Federation has done is attempt to tear asunder the principles that have been at the center of unprecedented levels of stability, of security, and prosperity born over the course of 2 world wars and a Cold War. And what Russia is doing is violating in a blatant and unmistakable way the same principles that countries like the PRC have long claimed to hold dear. The principle of state sovereignty. This is a refrain that we have consistently heard from the PRC. The importance, the emphasis on sovereignty of all states. It is certainly a principle that we have sought to protect around the world. But our point has been that when these principles come under threat, countries around the world have an opportunity to demonstrate whether what they have said over the course of years or longer actually means anything. Whether there was actually anything behind their pronouncements. And so countries around the world will have to determine for themselves where they want to be when the history books are written. Whether they want to be on the side of these very principles or whether they want to be on the side of naked aggression, of violence, of destruction, and we're asking countries to speak very clearly and to show the world once and for all where they stand.
The Chinese ambassador to the United States, Qin Gang, yesterday told us on CBS that China and Russia has a trusted relationship. It's not a liability but asset to solve the current crisis. Because he said condemnation may not solve the problem, but diplomacy might. Do you agree?
Well, what we've said is that we welcome countries around the world to use the leverage that they have with Russia to bring this conflict to a close. It is undeniable that the People's Republic of China has significant leverage with Russia, perhaps more so than just about any other country around the world. So it stands to reason that the PRC could do more than most countries around the world to bring an end to this violence, this bloodshed, this destruction, and this war. But we have not seen that yet. We have heard from the PRC various statements, including the fact that what is happening is complicated. There is nothing that is complicated about a war, a needless war of aggression against a neighbor that posed absolutely no threat. There is nothing complicated about a massive military campaign against a civilian population that entails missiles and bombs and artillery raining down on population centers, on cities, on towns, maternity wards, hospitals, residential buildings, neighborhoods. There is nothing complicated about that. So it is a responsibility of every country around the world to make very clear where they stand. Now, what gives us concern is the fact that, as you alluded to, the partnership between the PRC and Russia has grown closer in recent years. It is a partnership that is predicated on a vision of the world that in many ways is at odds with the free and open vision that the United States and our allies and partners around the world have sought to create and protect, also the very system that has enabled much of China's economic growth in recent decades. Their vision, as opposed to ours, that is free and open, their vision is one that is increasingly repressive at home and one that is increasingly aggressive beyond its borders. If the PRC wants to show the world that it means what it says, that it stands behind the principles that it has claimed to stand behind for years and decades, now is an opportunity for them to do so.
Last week during the phone call between the two presidents, China did explain what they did, like humanitarian aids and also urge for peace talk. What more do you want to see from China?
Well, the White House had an opportunity to speak to this on Friday. We will let the PRC speak to their impressions of that call. For us, it was an opportunity for the two presidents, as part of our emphasis on maintaining those open channels of communication, to speak directly in a way that was substantive, in a way that was detailed, and was candid. And President Biden had an opportunity to offer a pretty detailed review of how things have developed in President Putin's war against Ukraine, his assessment of the situation today, and President Biden, for our part, underscored that the United States continues to support for a diplomatic resolution to this crisis. Now, part of the conversation was based on the concerns we have that countries around the world, including and perhaps most notably the PRC, may seek to provide a lifeline to Russia, to provide economic support, financial support, to help it attempt to skirt the sanctions that have been posed on it, the other economic measures that have been placed on it, or to provide weaponry for the battlefield effort, weapons or material for the battlefield effort that very clearly has not gone according to plan, and for which President Putin seems desperate to seek to change course. And so it was an opportunity for President Biden to lay out very clearly those concerns, the implications of China's decisions, all the while knowing that the People's Republic of China will make its own decisions. It was the task of President Biden, it's been the task of others in this administration to make very clear the implications of those decisions for the PRC.
The weaponry assistance is disinformation. You don't believe that?
We are watching very closely.
Lastly, I'm sorry. This weekend you tweeted, your tweet actually commemorate the 50 years anniversary of U.S.-Qatar relationship. I know Matt has asked it a couple of times. 50 years anniversary is a big day. So why U.S.-Qatar relationship deserve a shout out from this building while U.S.-China relationship doesn't, which is considered as the most important bilateral relationship in 21st century?
There's no doubt that the bilateral relationship between the United States and the People's Republic of China is the most consequential bilateral relationship, not only that we have, but probably the most consequential bilateral relationship on the face of the earth. That is why it is incumbent on us as responsible stewards of this relationship to do all we can to manage the competition responsibly in a way that sees to it that competition doesn't veer into conflict. And we do that through a number of ways. Our public messaging is part of it, to the fact that President Biden and President Xi spoke for nearly 2 hours on Friday. It is a testament to the fact that there are various channels to communicate between our governments, and we'll continue to use those channels. Nick.
Thank you. On Iran, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that delisting the IRGC as a foreign terrorist organization is the last hurdle to rejoining the nuclear deal. Is that true? And then follow up on that, on Friday, the White House, and as you have said before, the IRGC's behavior in the region and beyond has gotten more aggressive in recent years. Do you expect that to change with the return to mutual compliance?
So broadly speaking, you've heard us say this before, but we are not in the practice of negotiating it in public. We're not going to respond to specific claims about what sanctions we may or may not be prepared to lift as part of a potential mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. I made the point last week that there are really two core issues, and always have been, in the course of this negotiation. On the one hand, you have the nuclear steps that Iran would be obligated to take if it were to resume full compliance with the JCPOA. Those are the steps that it would need to re-implement that would see to it that Iran is permanently and verifiably barred from obtaining a nuclear weapon. On the other hand, you have the sanctions relief that we would be prepared to undertake if we are able to achieve a mutual return to compliance. What I'll say is that we are prepared to make difficult decisions to return Iran's nuclear program to its JCPOA limits. The fact is that while the JCPOA was in full effect, while Iran was in full compliance with it, Iran's breakout time, that is to say the time it would need to acquire the fissile material necessary for a nuclear weapon if it made the decision to weaponize, was significantly longer than it is today. When the JCPOA went into effect, it was a full year. You've heard from my colleagues that that breakout time is now measured in terms that are far less than a year. We want to see to it that that breakout time is elongated, and just as importantly, that Iran is verifiably and permanently barred from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. Now, when it comes to the status of the talks, there has been significant progress in recent weeks, but I want to be clear that an agreement is neither imminent nor is it certain. And in fact, we are preparing equally for scenarios with and without a mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA. President Biden has made a commitment that Iran, under his watch, will not be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. And that commitment is as true and sturdy in a world in which we have a JCPOA and one in which we don't.
Do you have an update on a return to Vienna?
I don't. What I can say is that Rob Malley and his team are here. Typically in the past, we've noted that Iranian negotiators tend to take a break during the holiday of Nowruz, but I don't have any update to offer.
The Iranian-American UK citizen Murad Tabaz, I wonder if you could give us an understanding, an update on your understanding of his current location, because it seems he's been returned to prison, and it seems that he may be on hunger strike. So do you have anything on that? And you know, if it's the case that he's back in prison, do you have a response to what seems to be Iran breaking that promise to furlough him?
What I'll say, Simon, is that Iran, as we understand it, made a commitment to the UK to furlough dual US-UK citizen Murad Tabaz. This is someone who needs medical attention. We are not, as you heard us say last week, a party to this arrangement, but we join the UK in considering anything short of Murad's immediate furlough a violation of Iran's commitment. We are urgently consulting with the UK on appropriate responses. At the same time, we continue to work night and day on what is an absolute priority for us, and that is to secure the release of our wrongfully detained citizens, including dual national Murad Tabaz. Simply put, Iran is unjustly detaining innocent Americans and others and should release them immediately. Securing their release is an utmost priority for us. We call on Iran to make urgent progress towards the release of wrongfully detained U.S. citizens. This is something that Rob Malley, something that Roger Carstens, they have been regularly working on. As you heard me say last week, they spoke to the families of our wrongful detainees, and we continue to pass along the status of our negotiations to bring their loved ones and our citizens home.
One more on Syrian President Assad's visit to UAE. I wonder, the department has said it's profoundly disappointed in the Emiratis for inviting Assad. Have you communicated that to the UAE, and to what extent do you think this invitation that they've extended to Assad is a reflection of strained relationships between you guys and the Emiratis?
We, as you heard us say on Friday, we are profoundly disappointed. We're troubled by this apparent attempt to legitimize Bashar al-Assad. This is an individual who remains responsible and accountable for the death and suffering of countless of his fellow countrymen. He is responsible for the displacement of more than half of the pre-war Syrian population, and for the arbitrary detention and disappearance of over 150,000 Syrian men, Syrian women, and Syrian children. You've heard this from the Secretary, you've heard this from others in this administration, but we do not support efforts to rehabilitate Assad. We do not support others normalizing relations with Assad. We have been very clear about that. To your question, we've had a number of conversations with our Emirati counterparts in recent days, and we urge states considering engagement with the Assad regime to weigh carefully the horrific atrocities this regime has visited on their own people over the last decade. And just recently we celebrated another grim milestone. Countries should also consider the regime's continuing efforts to deny much of the country access to humanitarian aid and security. We've made clear that for our part, we will not lift or waive sanctions, and we do not support reconstruction of Syria until and unless there is irreversible progress towards a political solution, which we have not seen. And in fact, we will continue to use our sanctions authorities consistent with the law to hold accountable those Syrians, including members of the regime, who have perpetrated these atrocities on their own people.
There was a conversation with the UAE after Assad's visit.
We have regular conversations with our Emirati partners, and I can confirm that there have been conversations in recent days.
It may be true that Assad remains responsible for what has happened in Syria, but you said that he remains accountable, and in fact that's the problem, because he hasn't been held accountable. So that's, so it's the accountability problem that I think that even you are getting at, right? And when you say that you oppose normalization of any country with Syria right now, how do you explain the fact that you guys have at least eased sanctions or allowed Syria to import energy so that it can get to Lebanon?
Matt, we can do two things at once. We can continue to hold the Assad regime accountable for the atrocities it has perpetrated against its own people, for the forced displacement of much of its, or a large part of its population, and still account for the humanitarian needs of people in places like Lebanon, and those people, including those inside Syria, who have themselves have been the victims of Assad's atrocities.
You just went through this whole thing about saying you won't support reconstruction in Syria, which is for civilians whose homes and lives have been destroyed because of this. You say you won't support that, but you're willing to allow the Syrians to import energy to pass on to Lebanon for Lebanese civilians.
Matt,
so how are you? Aren't you punishing Syrian? Excuse me. Aren't you punishing Syrian civilians for the quote unquote crimes of their leader?
We are punishing members of the regime by using the authorities that are available to us, and many of our partners around the world have done the same, to economically isolate the regime to the extent we can, to impose economic pressures and economic costs, just as we can continue to devise ways to account for the humanitarian needs of people in the region that don't directly benefit the regime. There is nothing that we have done that directly benefits the regime. What we have done is sought to account for the significant humanitarian needs. And again, many of these humanitarian needs result from the very actions of the Assad regime. Many of those who are suffering have themselves been the victim of this very regime. Yes?
Can I switch gears?
Sure.
Okay.
One final question on this?
Yeah. Are you considering any sanctions on UAE based on Caesar Act? And how do you feel that your allies in the region are taking steps against U.S. interests?
Look, of course, we don't preview sanctions. Our Emirati partners, they are a partner of ours, and they will continue to be and are an important partner of the United States. We share a number of interests, including the security interests, our shared interest in bringing to a close this conflict in Yemen. We have a shared interest in terms of regional stability, in terms of pushing back on Iran, in terms of helping our Emirati partners defend themselves against the attacks that have emanated from Yemen, from the Houthis. And of course, we are committed to all of that.
And one more on this. Do you have any comment on the trilateral summit that's being held in Sharm el-Sheikh between Israel, Egypt, and UAE officials?
I don't have a specific response, but if we do, we'll pass it along.
And
Yes.
on the sanctions, you sanctioned Turkey. Turkey is a partner, and you sanctioned them in the past because they bought the S-400.
There's a law in the book, CATSA, that imposes sanctions on those countries that trigger that authority, in this case, the possession of the S-400 system. Yes.
On the Palestinian-Israeli issue, 50 House Democrats sent a letter to Secretary Blinken asking him to urge or to demand, whatever, Israel to refrain from evicting about 300-400 Palestinians from the village of Walaja. Are you aware of the letter, and is there a response from the Secretary of State?
I have seen, I was made aware of this letter only recently. Saeed, you know our long-standing position when it comes to these issues. It's the same position that we've reiterated, encouraging all parties to refrain from acts that move us farther away from a negotiated two-state solution.
But this is a specific village, a specific act in the village of Walaja. Will the Secretary of State urge the Israelis not to do it? I mean, you know, it's imminent. So we're about to see the displacement of maybe 300-400 Palestinians.
Saeed, again, we believe it's critical for Israel and the Palestinian Authority to refrain from unilateral steps that exacerbate tension and that undercut efforts to a negotiated two-state solution. That certainly includes settlement expansion and evictions, as we've talked about.
So are you saying that the Israelis should not evict the people of Walaja?
Saeed, I don't have a response to offer you today to this particular
One
letter.
more quick question on the settlement. Ambassador Knight spoke with, I guess, the Israeli Peace Now movement and so on, and he said something about the settlements. He said, you know, he called it stupid, he called it all kinds of things, but he also said that I'm unable to undo a single settlement. Is the United States powerless to actually reverse the process of settlement, not even one settlement?
Saeed, I reviewed the ambassador's comments. I don't think he actually said that. What the ambassador...
Settlements are not stupid. I mean, he called them that.
You editorialized a bit. What I think the message that the ambassador conveyed was the very message that I conveyed here. We've continued to be clear, including with our Israeli partners, including with our partners in the Palestinian Authority, regarding the criticality of avoiding these steps that could inflame tensions or could move us away from a two-state solution. Yes.
I want to go back to Ukraine. One question on, do you support Zelensky sitting down with Vladimir Putin?
With
Putin?
We support any diplomatic initiative that President Zelensky determines for his government, for his country, that is in their interest.
And a question on Saudi Arabia said it will not incur any responsibility regarding any shortage of oil supplies as its oil facilities are attacked by the Houthis. How do you comment on that? The statement was today.
So you've heard us say before that we have held discussions with Saudi Arabia on a collaborative approach to managing potential market pressures. This administration, the president, the secretary is committed to doing everything we can to work with other countries to bring down the costs for the American people. Our guiding principle has been to maximize the costs for President Putin and to minimize the costs for the American people and for our allies and partners. But you did raise the recent attacks against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You may have seen that Secretary Blinken, just as Jake Sullivan did yesterday, issued a statement strongly condemning these Houthi attacks on Saudi Arabia. As you noted, as we've heard from our Saudi partners, the attacks reportedly targeted water treatment facilities as well as oil and natural gas infrastructure. It was a clear attempt, it seems, to disrupt global energy markets. And we know that Saudi Arabia faces significant threats from Yemen and elsewhere in the region. We remain committed to helping our Saudi partners improve their capabilities to defend their country against these attacks. There were roughly 400 cross-border attacks last year launched by the Houthis with Iranian support. There have been fatal attacks this year. These attacks have also affected infrastructure, schools, mosques, workplaces, and endangered the civilian population, including tens of thousands of U.S. citizens whose safety is a top national security for us. So that's why helping to advance a durable resolution to the conflict in Yemen also is a priority for us. It improves the lives of Yemenis, and it creates a space for Yemenis to collectively determine their own future and to put an end to this conflict that has only led and has only fueled additional attacks from these Houthi terrorists.
Now, two things real quickly. Just one, all that litany of stuff that you just ran through that you just said the Houthis are doing, are those not actions consistent with the actions of a foreign terrorist organization?
Matt, you and I have had this conversation before, including from up here, and I've given you the answer.
Whole thing, you said that they are a clear attempt to disrupt the world energy markets, which, you know, that's something that.
These are terrorist attacks. We have labeled them as such.
Well, I know. Okay, so why not label the group that's doing them as a foreign terrorist organization?
So, as you've heard me say before, there are any number of groups, as we've discussed, that don't carry this specific designation, whose attacks and operations are no less reprehensible. I think you could have said something very similar about the Taliban, including during the height of.
Well, I don't remember the Taliban trying to disrupt the world energy markets.
It is also incumbent upon us, and obviously the differences in geography between Afghanistan and Yemen and the UAE probably make this a conversation that is uninteresting to anyone.
Most people, yes, you're right. So can I go back to your very opening statement on Burma? I just want to know, recognizing that these kinds of designations or determinations are complex and they involve a lot of, rigorous legal scrutiny and analysis. Still, why did it take so long to? It seems like this was, this determination could have been made several years ago, and the reason that it was done now was a political decision rather than a decision based on the facts of what has happened there on the ground.
Well, Matt, this determination is based on a rigorous review of comprehensive evidence, the law, and all relevant policy considerations. So the Secretary in his remarks this morning offered a good bit of texture regarding the inputs that went into this. There was a previous study. There are outside expert evaluations that were part of this determination. The Holocaust Memorial Museum itself has been a world leader in documenting the atrocities and the genocide that occurred in Rakhine State.
New.
It is not new, but it is. But
all of those determinations from human rights groups like Amnesty and Human Rights Watch, which the leaders of which the Secretary spoke to, I believe, last week, those date back years when it relates to Rakhine and what's been happening.
And this administration has been in office for just over a year.
No,
It is incumbent on each administration, or at least this secretary, take seriously the responsibility that he has as Secretary of State to determine on behalf of the United States government when and if genocide has occurred. So that is not a process that he takes lightly. In fact, he wanted to ensure there was rigorous analysis, not only of the law, not only of the evidence, not only of the policy considerations, but also, of course, taking into account that there was a coup in Burma just a little over a year ago, February 1st of last year. In everything we do, and we've already talked about this in other contexts, we want to ensure that the choices we make, the policy choices we make, don't have a bearing on the humanitarian situation of people around the world.
Do you think that would have had this determination been made, 6 months or 8 months or a year ago, that would have had a bearing on the humanitarian situation?
It was a process that took some time. We wanted to carefully weigh all of the inputs, not only the law, not only the facts, not only the evidence, but also the policy considerations.
So can I ask a question on Iraq?
Sure.
Okay. This past weekend marked the 19th anniversary of the invasion and occupation of Iraq. And General McKenzie gave an interview to Military Times in which he said that our presence will continue to be there for years to come. Could you update us on the status of American presence in Iraq?
We are there, and any American forces are there at the invitation of the Iraqi government. The Department of Defense has spoken to the end of the combat mission in Iraq. We continue to share vital interests with our Iraqi partners, including to see to it that groups like ISIS, groups that pose a threat to the United States, to Iraq, to countries in the region, continue to face pressure from the global coalition to defeat ISIS. But as the Department of Defense has said, everything we do is in cooperation with and at the invitation of the government of Iraq.
Is the American military presence in Iraq only to support America's military presence in northern Syria and aiding the Kurds?
I would leave it.
No, I have Joe Renshaw. I was doing it for Reuters. Yeah, it was a few days.
Soon enough, it won't come to Who's I grew up reading the balance, but since the Ezekiel, yeah, so much so free. I just grew up football.
Yeah, it was so like we're talking about like yeah.
Hi everyone. Okay, we have a very special return guest today, Deputy National Security Advisor Ann Neuberger, who is here to provide a brief update on cyber. You probably have seen the statement from the President we issued, as well as a fact sheet. She'll talk about that. Has a little bit of time to take some questions, and then we'll do a briefing from there. With that, I'll turn it over to Ann.
Thank you, Jen. Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, the President released a statement and fact sheet regarding cyber threats to the homeland, urging private sector partners to take immediate action to shore up their defenses against potential cyber attacks. We've previously warned about the potential for Russia to conduct cyber attacks against the United States, including as a response to the unprecedented economic costs that the U.S. and allies and partners impose in response to Russia's further invasion of Ukraine. Today, we are reiterating those warnings, and we're doing so based on evolving threat intelligence that the Russian government is exploring options for potential cyber attacks on critical infrastructure in the United States. To be clear, there is no certainty there will be a cyber incident on critical infrastructure. So why am I here? Because this is a call to action and a call to responsibility for all of us. At the President's direction, the administration has worked extensively over the last year to prepare to meet this sort of threat, providing unprecedented warning and advice to the private sector and mandating cybersecurity measures where we have the authority to do so. For example, just last week, federal agencies convened more than 100 companies to share new cybersecurity threat information in light of this evolving threat intelligence. During those meetings, we shared resources and tools to help companies harden their security, like advisories sourced from sensitive threat intelligence, and hands-on support from local FBI field offices and CISA regional offices, including their Shields Up program. The meeting was part of an extensive cybersecurity resilience effort that we began in the fall, prompted by the President. Agencies like Energy, EPA, Treasury, and DHS have hosted both classified and unclassified briefings with hundreds of owners and operators of privately owned critical infrastructure. CISA, NSA, and FBI have published cybersecurity advisories that set out protections the private sector can deploy to improve security. The President has also directed departments and agencies to use all existing government authorities to mandate new cybersecurity and network defense measures. You've seen us do that where we have the authority to do so, including TSA's work that mandated directives for the oil and gas pipelines following the Colonial Pipeline incident that highlighted the significant gaps in resilience for that sector. Our efforts together over the past year have helped drive much needed and significant improvements. But there's still much more we need to do to have the confidence that we've locked our digital doors, particularly for the critical services Americans rely on. The majority of our critical infrastructure, as you know, is owned and operated by the private sector. And those owners and operators have the ability and a responsibility to harden the systems and networks we all rely on. Notwithstanding these repeated warnings, we continue to see adversaries compromising systems that use known vulnerabilities for which there are patches. This is deeply troubling. So we're urging today companies to take the steps within your control, to act immediately to protect the services millions of Americans rely on, and to use the resources the federal government makes available. The fact sheet released alongside the President's statement contains the specific actions that we're calling companies to do. I would be remiss if I didn't reiterate the President's thanks to Congress for its partnership in this effort, including making cybersecurity resources available in the bipartisan infrastructure law, and most recently for working across the aisle to require companies to report cyber incidents to the federal government. That will ensure federal resources are focused on the most important cyber threats to the American people. We welcome additional congressional work to identify new authorities that can help address gaps and drive down collective cybersecurity risk. Bottom line, this is about us, the work we need to do to lock our digital doors and to put the country in the best defensive position. And there is them. As the President has said, the United States is not seeking confrontation with Russia. But he has also said that if Russia conducts disruptive cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, we will be prepared to respond. Thank you.
All right, let me just first ask, for those of you in the aisles, if you're not a photographer, there's plenty of seats, so if you could sit down, that would be great, not crowd the others in the seats. So we don't have unlimited time, so we just want to get to as many people as possible, so go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Hi, Ann. Just a quick question on the Viasat attack that happened on the 24th of Feb, the day Russia attacked Ukraine. We've obviously seen that impact satellite communication networks in Eastern Europe. And since then, the FBI and CISA have issued warnings that similar attacks can happen against U.S. companies. Is the U.S. in a position to perhaps identify who is behind the hack at this moment?
It's a really good question. So first, I want to lift up FBI and CISA and NSA also highlighted protective security measures that U.S. companies can put in place to protect against exactly that kind of attack. We have not yet attributed that attack, but we're carefully looking at it because, as you noted, of the impact not only in Ukraine, but also in satellite communication systems in Europe as well.
Is the sophistication of the attack, perhaps the timing of it, suggests that it's a state actor? I mean, are you willing to?
Those are certainly factors that we're looking at carefully as we look at who is responsible for them. Phil?
The evolving intelligence, that doesn't mean that it's a certainty there's going to be an attack. Can you explain for the layman what you're seeing right now that precipitated this statement today and what the evolving intelligence may be now compared to on the 24th or prior to the invasion?
Absolutely. So the first part of that is you've seen the administration continuously lean forward and share even fragmentary pieces of information we have to drive and ensure maximum preparedness by the private sector. So as soon as we learned about that, last week we hosted classified briefings with companies and sectors who we felt would be most affected and provided very practical, focused advice. Today's broader unclassified briefing is to raise that broader awareness and to raise that call to action.
So there was something specific you saw last week that was raised to the industries that it would have affected, is what you're saying?
So I want to reiterate, there is no evidence of any specific cyber attack that we're anticipating for. There is some preparatory activity that we're seeing, and that is what we shared in a classified context with companies who we thought might be affected, and then we're lifting up a broader awareness here in this warning. Major?
And when you say a call to action, many who hear you say that might believe that something is imminent. Is it?
So first, a call to action is because there are cyber attacks that occur every day. Hundreds of millions of dollars were paid in ransoms by U.S. companies just last year against criminal activity happening in the U.S. today. Every single day, there should be a call to action. We're using the opportunity of this evolving threat intelligence regarding potential cyber attacks against critical infrastructure to reiterate those with additional focus, specifically to critical infrastructure owners and operators, to say you have the responsibility to take these steps to protect the critical services Americans rely on.
As a follow-up, critical infrastructure is a broad term. Is it as broad as you typically mean it when the government speaks about critical infrastructure, or is there something you've seen that you can be a little bit more specific within that large frame of critical infrastructure?
I won't get into specific sectors at this time because the steps that are needed to lock our digital doors need to be done across every sector of critical infrastructure. And even those sectors that we do not see any specific threat intelligence for, we truly want those sectors to double down and do the work that's needed.
You guys, the administration, successfully declassified a lot of intelligence about what the Russians were planning leading up to the invasion to pre-butt what they might do. Can you do that a little bit here and at least list some of the industries that might be the biggest targets so that they can have a heightened awareness about what might be coming?
As we consider declassifying intelligence, to your excellent point, that really has been the work that has been done the last few weeks, and it was driven by a focus on outcomes. It was driven by the president's desire to avoid war at all costs, to really invest in diplomacy. So as we considered this information, the first step we did was we gave classified detailed briefings to the companies and sectors for which we had some preparatory information about, and then for those where we don't, that's the purpose of today's unclassified briefing, to give that broad warning. And I want to lift up the fact sheet, which is really the call to action for specific activities to do.
So you believe the people, the industries that need to know about this risk know?
We believe the key entities who need to know have been provided classified briefings. I mentioned, for example, just last week, several hundred companies were brought in to get that briefing.
Does the U.S. have any evidence that Russia has attempted a hack, either here in the U.S., in Europe, or in Ukraine in the course of the last several weeks since this offensive began?
So we certainly believe that Russia has conducted cyber attacks to undermine, coerce, and destabilize Ukraine, and we attributed some of those a couple of weeks ago. We consistently see nation states doing preparatory activity. That preparatory activity can pan out to become an incident, it cannot, and that's the reason we're here.
So specifically in the U.S., as there was an assessment early on that we thought that we would be a likely target here, why do you think we have not seen any attack on critical infrastructure in the United States to this point so far?
I can't speak to Putin or Russian leadership's strategic thinking regarding how cyber attacks factor in. What I can speak to is the preparatory work we've been doing here in the U.S. and the fact that as soon as we have some evolving threat intelligence regarding a shift in that intention, that we're coming out and raising the awareness to heighten our preparedness as well.
So you can't say declaratively that we stopped an attack, I guess I'm saying, to this point on critical infrastructure.
Correct.
Can you explain a little bit more what preparatory activity on the part of the Russians would be? What does that look like?
So preparatory activity could mean scanning websites, it could be hunting for vulnerabilities. There's a range of activity that malicious cyber actors use, whether they're nation state or criminals. The most troubling piece, and really one I mentioned a moment ago, is we continue to see known vulnerabilities for which we have patches available used by even sophisticated cyber actors to compromise American companies, to compromise companies around the world. And that's one of the reasons, and that makes it far easier for attackers than it needs to be. It's kind of, I joke, I grew up in New York. You had a lock and an alarm system. The houses that didn't or left the door open clearly were making it easier than they should have, right? No comment about New York. So clearly what we're asking for is lock your digital doors, make it harder for attackers, make them do more work, because a number of the practices we include in the fact sheet will make it significantly harder, even for a sophisticated actor, to compromise a network.
So just to be clear, the warning today, is this in response to some of these more desperate tactics we've seen from Russia on the ground? Are you now fearing that there might be more of a cyber risk because of what we're seeing on the ground in Ukraine?
So we've given a number of threat warnings over the last number of weeks that Russia could consider conducting cyber attacks in response to the very significant economic costs the U.S. and partners have put on Russia in response. This speaks to evolving threat intelligence and a potential shift in intention to do so.
And do you have a message for individuals? You're talking a lot about private companies. What about households? Should they be worried about cyber attacks here?
The items in the fact sheet apply to companies and individuals as well. I'm specifically speaking to companies because there's a responsibility to protect the critical services Americans rely on. But every individual should take a look at that fact sheet because it's a truly helpful one. We only put in place the things that we really try to practice and work to practice ourselves.
Thanks. As part of this preparatory activity, do you have evidence that Russian hackers have infiltrated the networks of U.S. companies already and just haven't carried out the attacks?
There was, as I noted, we frequently see preparatory activity. Whenever we do sensitive warnings to the individual companies and provide them information to ensure they can look quickly at their networks and remediate what may be occurring.
So have you seen any evidence that there have been infiltrations as part of that
We
activity?
routinely see information about infiltrations, right? Technology is not as secure as it needs to be. I mentioned the ransomware activity. There are multiple nation-state actors. It's a line of work for the intelligence community and the FBI to knock on a company's door and say, we've seen some evidence of an intrusion. We'll work with you. We'll make these resources available via our regional office to work with you to help you recover. That's pretty routine practice. What we're seeing now is an evolving threat intelligence to conduct potential cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, and that raises up a point because we're concerned about potential disruption of critical services.
Ken? And you did a briefing for us about a month ago. Do you think the U.S. banking system is more vulnerable, less vulnerable since the briefing, given the warnings that the government has produced?
The U.S. banking sector truly takes cyber threats seriously, both individually and as a group. Treasury has worked extensively with the sector to share sensitive threat intelligence at the executive level, at the security executive level, repeatedly at the classified and unclassified level. So I do not believe they're more at risk, but it is always important for every critical infrastructure sector to double down in this heightened period of geopolitical tension to carefully look at any threat.
Can you paint a worst-case scenario picture for us? What exactly are you most worried about if the private sector, choose not take these steps?
Clearly what we're always, I won't get into hypotheticals, right? But the reason I'm here is because critical infrastructure, power, water, many hospitals in the United States are owned by the private sector. And while the federal government makes extensive resources available, I mentioned FBI's 56 regional offices, you can just walk in. CISA has offices near most FEMA sites in the United States. They've had their Shields Up program. We can make those resources available for those sectors where we can mandate measures, like oil and gas pipelines, we have, but it's ultimately the private sector's responsibility in our current authority structure to do those steps, to use those resources to take those steps. So the purpose here is to say, Americans rely on those critical services, please act, and we're here to support with the resources we have.
Kayla, last one. Thank you. And are you still seeing the Russians carrying out cyber attacks inside Ukraine? It's been a few weeks since we've been discussing that in particular. And as financial tools levied by the West have proven ineffective, what cyber tools does the West have that it can possibly utilize?
We do continue to see Russia conducting both, as you know, right, significant malicious activity in Ukraine, major kinetic attacks which have disrupted and killed lives, as well as cyber activity. And we believe the unprecedented economic costs the United States and partners have levied is significant in that way. With regard to your question about whether cyber attacks would change that, I think the President was very clear. We're not looking for a conflict with Russia. If Russia initiates a cyber attack against the United States, we will respond.
Thank you, Anne, so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, and thank you, Anne.
All right. I just had two brief items for all of you at the top. There was a scheduled meeting today that Secretary Yellen, Secretary Raimondo, Jake Sullivan, and Brian Deese had with 16 CEOs. This afternoon, the President also dropped by for about 20 minutes and provided them an update on Russia, Ukraine. I'm sure we can get you a list of the attendees at that meeting as well. Also wanted to note a number of you have asked about whether the President would be watching the hearings today. One scheduling note is the Quint call he had this morning was at exactly the same time as her opening statement, but he did request regular updates, or he has been requesting regular updates from members of the team on how the hearing is going. And he also called her last night to wish her good luck this week at the hearings. And I would also note that he's very grateful to Judge Thomas Griffith, as well as Lisa Fairfax, for introducing her today. So with that, I will stop. And Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Okay. So can you give us a readout of the call with the European leaders from earlier? Just sort of what was discussed, what happened, and then I had one other question.
Absolutely. If you haven't already seen, there should be a readout going out shortly, but let me give you a few of the preview points of this call. During this call with President Macron of France, Chancellor Scholz of Germany, Prime Minister Draghi of Italy, and Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the United Kingdom, they discussed their serious concerns about Russia's brutal tactics in Ukraine, including its attacks on civilians. They underscored their continued support for Ukraine, including by providing security assistance to the brave Ukrainians who are defending their country from Russian aggression, and humanitarian assistance to the millions of Ukrainians who have fled the violence. They also reviewed recent diplomatic efforts in support of Ukraine's effort to reach a ceasefire. I would note the President will obviously see these leaders, a number of them in person, later this week, and this is a call with this group that he has already had a few times, and when he had the last call with them, I believe it was last week or the week before, it may have been last week, they talked about doing this on a regular basis, not necessarily because there is a big deliverable out of it, but just to keep an open line of communication as they're all continuing to respond to the brutal actions of President Putin in Ukraine.
And then on the potential discussions with Ukrainian leaders and Russia, has the White House or has the President been in communication with Ukrainian leaders, with Zelensky on this? Has he given any sort of counseling on how to go about these talks with Russian leaders in the hope of ending the conflict?
We are in touch with Ukrainian senior government officials every day. The President obviously has spoken with President Zelensky a number of times, as you all know, and we convey through all of those discussions that we support any diplomatic effort that they choose to take part in. The role that we feel we can play most effectively is by continuing to provide a broad range of security assistance, military assistance to them, as well as economic and humanitarian assistance to strengthen their hand in these negotiations. And what we always convey publicly and privately is that we're going to be watching closely their actions, not just what words they say. But we just continue to support their efforts and whatever decisions they make about choosing to engage diplomatically. Go ahead.
President Zelensky said if those talks don't work out, it's World War III. Does the President agree?
Without knowing more what President Zelensky means by that, I would say that our view and the President's view is that the way we need to avoid World War III is preventing the United States from having direct military involvement on the ground, and same on NATO direct involvement on the ground, and that the most effective role we can continue to play is by providing that extensive military assistance that we have been providing, economic and humanitarian assistance. So I can't assess, obviously, I know many of you will speak or hear more from President Zelensky soon, and I would expect he can speak more to what he meant by that.
And related to that, does the President believe that President Zelensky owes him or other NATO leaders a check-in as these negotiations progress and as he may approach a final resolution? Meaning, does NATO or the President want either implied or soft veto power over whatever Zelensky might decide to do?
Well, we support President Zelensky and Ukrainian leaders' decisions, ability to make their own decisions through the course of these negotiations. Now, obviously, if it involves something related to the United States or NATO, we're here to support, but of course we'd need to be engaged in that aspect of the discussion.
One last thing. Yeah. On Face the Nation, the Chinese ambassador said China's position is for peace and that it's constantly doing everything it can to de-escalate. Do you agree with that?
Well, what I would note...
It's a fair characterization of what China's doing?
Well, what I would note also in the same interview, he failed to condemn the actions of President Putin. Well, I'm sorry?
He said it wouldn't make any difference. Do you agree with that?
I think our view is that verbal condemnation of the actions of President Putin and the actions of Russian military is important and vital, and it's about what side of history you want to stand on at this point in time. At the same time, as you know, the President had a lengthy discussion with President Xi on Friday, and we're going to continue to keep those lines of communication open. But what we would note here is also what is absent from a lot of their public commentary, which is condemnation at times. Sometimes it has been echoing of conspiracy theories that the Russians have put out there about chemical weapons, and we note that, what we want to hear is condemnation of what we're seeing on the ground.
Thanks, John.
Go ahead.
Can you walk us through the President's trip a little bit later this week? We know he's going to stop in Brussels first, obviously, then then he goes to Poland, as you announced this weekend. Will he see refugees? Will he deliver a speech? Are there deliverables? Can you walk us through what you can tell us?
There will certainly be deliverables, as there always are on these trips, and there always are. We're still finalizing, believe it or not, the details of the trip and the specifics of what he'll be doing while he's in Poland. He, of course, will be seeing his counterpart there, and he will certainly thank him for the efforts and the work that Poland has done and the leaders have done there to welcome refugees, to get them settled in Poland for this time being, as devastating as the circumstances are. Jake Sullivan is going to be joining us here tomorrow, and hopefully by then we will have more specifics to lay out for all of you, but we're finalizing the details as we speak.
Let me ask you about their assessments. We're hearing from NATO right now that some are saying that if we're not in a stalemate, we are rapidly approaching one. Does the U.S. have a position on if that appears to be the way this is heading, how that changes the sort of trajectory of this, and what your view is?
You mean in terms of the military situation on the ground? Well, here's what we've seen on the ground. We're seeing that the Department of Defense has assessed, and I know they've done briefings in this regard, so let me echo this, that there certainly could be some morale issues of troops on the ground, that they are in a stalemate in the sense that they have not been making the level of progress or the pace of progress that they had hoped from the beginning. Now, obviously, things can change rapidly in conflicts, and so we are mindful of that as well. We're also seeing, obviously, over the course of the last couple of days, that fighting around Mariupol is fierce, but remains at this point isolated. It remains a high priority for Russia because it would provide President Putin with a land bridge to Crimea and cut off Ukrainian forces there from the rest of the country, and provide the Russians with a new port. But the military situation elsewhere in Ukraine, according to our assessment, remains largely static. It doesn't mean that can't change. It's just an assessment as of this moment.
Last quick one as it relates to Belarus right now. Some in NATO are saying that Russia is preparing to potentially, or that Belarus is potentially preparing to let Russia position nuclear weapons on Belarusian soil. Does the U.S. have a message to the government of Belarus, and how would you view that escalation?
Well, we don't have any confirmation of those reports or suggestions. Certainly that would be of concern to us, yes. Go ahead, Jackie.
Thanks, Jen. In the past, you've said that domestic oil producers have the leases, resources that they need to ramp up production. Is there any thought about invoking the Defense Production Act when it comes to energy?
Well, there are a range of ideas out there. That's one of them that a number of people have put forward. I would say that the Defense Production Act would mean giving government funding to companies or to purchase products. That's how it typically works, as you've seen it work with COVID supplies and otherwise. And we think they have the resources they need in order to expand their production.
And then on government money and supplies, there are reports that the EU is seeking to stockpile iodine pills and nuclear protective gear amid an increased concern about a nuclear threat, and also looking for more ways to deal with potential biological and chemical attacks. Is the U.S. taking similar measures when it comes to these things, especially with iodine pills? Are we taking sort of the lessons learned from the pandemic and applying it to this challenge?
Sure, Jackie. It's a good question. Let me check with our national security team and see if there's any details I can get into. We are always prepared, even as we aren't making predictions at this point in time. I don't have confirmation of that report about the Europeans, but I will check and see if there's more to report out to all of you.
There are reports that China has fully militarized at least 3 islands in the disputed South China Sea with anti-ship, anti-aircraft missile systems, laser and jamming equipment, fighter jets, despite Beijing's promises not to turn these islands into military bases. What is our takeaway from that, and how are we responding to that?
Well, Jackie, again, I don't have confirmation of that from here. I've certainly seen the reports. I would point you to the Department of Defense for any more specific analysis, but obviously any escalatory actions in the South China Sea would be of concern to us.
And then one more on the White House assessment of global food insecurity that's sort of coming out of all this.
Sure.
Is there any money that's going to be allocated to provide diesel fuel to Ukrainian farmers to try to mitigate some of this?
Yeah, so let me give you a couple of things on this, because there's been a lot of interesting reporting on this, and where the impacts are is a good question. While we're not expecting a food shortage here at home, we do anticipate that higher energy, fertilizer, wheat, and corn prices could impact the price of growing and purchasing critical food supplies for countries around the world. And early estimates estimates from the World Bank suggest disproportionate impacts on low and middle income countries, including in Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. And Ukraine is a big exporter of fertilizer. So as it relates to even that need in the United States and other parts of the world, that's something that we're continuing to closely assess as well. But right now, to go back to the root of your question, we are working with our partners in the G7, multilateral development banks, the World Food Program, and the UN Food and Agriculture Organization to mitigate the impacts to poorer nations. So we are discussing what that looks like and how to mitigate the shortage on those growing and purchasing entities. From impacting parts of the world that would be severely impacted, even if we're not.
What kind of a timeline do you think we have to take some action on that before it becomes a really big problem?
Well, there are active discussions now, and we're certainly mindful that even if we're not seeing an impact in this moment, that sometimes supply chain impacts can have having a lagging impact. So we're having discussions now with all of those partners. Those have been ongoing, so we can do everything we can to mitigate it in advance.
Can I ask one question, just a reaction to the Israeli Prime Minister this weekend? He said on the JCPOA, unfortunately, we're seeing a determination to sign a nuclear deal at almost any cost, including saying the biggest terrorist group in the world is not a terrorist organization. This is too steep a price. Can I get your reaction to that? Is that what we're saying by pursuing this deal?
I would say we are in regular touch with our Israeli counterparts, including leaders. We don't have a deal yet. We're consulting with our allies and partners, including Israel, as we negotiate, and the President's going to make a decision on whether to re-enter the deal based on what's in the best interest of American security and strategic interests, including the security of our partners in regions like Israel. If and when we have a deal, I'm sure we can discuss more specifics. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We've now had a chance to hear from some of the Judiciary Committee members in this confirmation for Judge Jackson. Any thoughts on whether she will receive bipartisan support in her confirmation?
Well, without being able to get into the minds of a range of Republican members, our view is that given she has been confirmed 3 times with bipartisan support, that she has extensive experience, that she's ruled in favor of Democrats and Republicans under leaders of both parties, that she certainly deserves that. But we will see what the outcome ends up being.
And has the White House had any contact with Justice Thomas, given his hospitalization? Do you have any updates there?
I'm not aware of any direct contacts. Of course, we wish him speedy recovery, and of course have thoughts thoughts out to his family.
And just a quick follow-up on the NATO trip. Can you give us just a big picture of what would a successful NATO summit look like to the White House? What are we looking for to measure that?
Sure. I mean, I think what's important to remember here from the beginning of the president's presidency, but also certainly over the last couple of months, is that unity has been front and center for the president in terms of what will make us successful over time. Unity with our European counterparts, unity among NATO, unity among the G7, and that doesn't happen by accident. And so coming out of this, what the president is hoping to achieve is continued coordination and a unified response to the continued escalatory actions of President Putin. Go ahead.
The U.S. ambassador to the UN was asked about this weekend, but given the polls appear to be planning to put it on the table, some type of peacekeeping force idea, is there any feasible structure that the White House could support for something like that, or have you guys looked into the idea at all?
Well, we of course will continue to work with Poland and other allies and partners in Europe to provide support for the Ukrainian people and help them defend their country against Russian aggression and provide relief to the people of Ukraine. And we will continue to impose severe consequences. The president, he's been clear. We're not going to send American troops to fight Russian troops. It's not in the interest of the American people or our national security, but we'll continue to discuss a range of ideas, including this one out there.
And then there's been kind of a reinvigoration in the EU of discussions about banning sanctions on energy. Can you update us on what the efforts of the administration has been to kind of backfill, which would I think be a necessity if those actions were taken?
Sure.
Where do those stand at this point?
Sure. In terms of engagements with global energy suppliers, those engagements are ongoing, and they are led in part by Amos Hochstein. Brett McGurk has been involved in many of them. Other members of our national security team and National Economic Council, and we are continuing to discuss with a range of large global suppliers how we can meet the demand in the market out there. We also are continuing to look at domestic options and what those may look like to help ease the burden on the American public. I wish I had more specifics for you, but I don't have anything more to read out for you at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The meeting you mentioned that the President Biden participated in with CEOs earlier today, there were oil industry CEOs at that meeting, and considering the White House has been engaging with them for several weeks now, talking about ways to increase production to take care of gas prices, I'm wondering what kind of specific assurances the White House has managed to get from these companies so far, and what was really discussed in today's meeting, especially with the oil industry CEOs.
Well, the president was there. He was simply giving them an update on Russia and Ukraine. He was not making an ask in that capacity. Obviously, there are a range of senior officials who participated in these meetings. We've had a range of engagements with them, as you've noted, and we've stated publicly that they should do greater production, but they can speak for themselves on what, if anything, they would commit to.
Have there been any assurances that the industry has perhaps offered the White House so far?
We'll let the oil industry speak for themselves.
And one quick question on China. Are you getting any indications yet that China will actually heed to President Biden's appeal to President Xi's to not provide material support to Russia, or are you seeing perhaps evidence suggesting that Chinese companies are maybe violating or going around U.S. export controls to send the material, the U.S. material to Russia? I mean, are you seeing any evidence to that effect?
I don't have an assessment to share on this. You can look at the public comments that one of your colleagues brought up earlier during an interview yesterday, where the Chinese ambassador highlighted China's friendly relations and maintenance of normal economic ties with Russia, while also refusing to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But I don't have a further assessment beyond that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. The Russian Foreign Ministry summoned Ambassador Sullivan to the Ministry of Moscow and warned that U.S.-Russian relations are on the verge of rupture. Said the president's comments calling Putin a war criminal were unworthy of a statesman of such high rank. Does the White House have any response to this? And is there any concern about the warning that they're going to respond with a decisive and firm response?
I'm not sure, the last part, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
They warned of a decisive and firm response.
Okay, well, I would say that Ambassador Sullivan did meet with Russian government officials today. As I believe the State Department also confirmed. While we don't provide extensive details in general of these type of diplomatic conversations, I can confirm for you that during that meeting, he repeatedly asked for consular access to American citizen detainees, who have been improperly detained, been improperly denied access for months in some cases. We find this completely unacceptable. As it relates to their comments or their calling of him in, I think it's important to remind everyone that it is Russia who is carrying out an unprovoked and unjustified war on Ukraine. We're seeing clear evidence that they are intentionally targeting civilians and committing indiscriminate attacks. And President's comments speak to the horror of the brutality that Russia and President Putin are inflicting. So they are in control of their own, the global perception of them is based on their actions.
And one quick other one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioned that the President spoke to Judge Brown Jackson last night. Is there any other details you can share just about how she's been preparing for the hearings, who's been involved in the practice sections?
Sure. I mean, I had outlined for you guys a couple of weeks ago some of the members of her team who played a role in preparing her, of course, whether it was Dana Remus or Senator Jones and Ben LaBolt, Mignon Moore, others who have been playing a role in preparing her for the hearings. I would note, which won't surprise anyone, given her credentials, she began preparing and studying and getting ready for these hearings as soon as she was nominated. I would note that also over the course of the last few weeks, she's also met with every single member of the Judiciary Committee and then several more members beyond that. So she has been both meeting and preparing for the last few weeks ever since she was nominated with the team internally and externally that we had announced just a few weeks ago. Go ahead, Zolan.
Does the administration expect to discuss the Poland's offer on the MiG fighter jets at this point, or is the stance that the Pentagon has made the decision clear at that point and this won't be a subject in anticipation of the President's trip to Poland? And then secondly, during the Vice President's trip to Poland, the Polish leaders at that point said one ask that they had in that bilateral was to expedite the processing of Ukrainian refugees who have relatives in the United States. Is the administration expecting to oblige on that request or meet halfway in any way?
So I would say that while we have done our own assessment here on the Polish jets based on a couple of factors that the military, as you noted, Zolan, has outlined, including what's most effective in fighting this war on the ground, the risk assessment of what would be escalatory, and also the fact that the Ukrainians have a number of squadrons that they can utilize. But if Poland, if they want to raise this, these conversations, these diplomatic conversations are two ways, right? And we'll, of course, read out their meeting once it is complete. So we'll see what they raise in that meeting. In terms of refugees, we have taken a number of steps, and we do, part of what the President wants to do is thank President Duda for the efforts of Poland in welcoming refugees and talk about what we can do to continue to provide support. Now, to date, that has been largely financial support, humanitarian support, even as we granted temporary protected status, and also, just a few weeks ago. But what we are doing, continuing to assess, is if there are Ukrainian nationals who are not able to remain safely in Europe and for whom resettlement in the United States is a better option, we are continuing to work with UNHCR and the EU to consider that, and that might require, because typically individuals who are seeking refugee status have to go to a third country, so that's something we're looking at and assessing, and we're also, UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, is working with the State Department and many resettlement partners on our overseas posts to determine whether Ukrainian nationals and others who have fled Ukraine, whether there's more we can do beyond the humanitarian assistance that we are providing. So I'm certain will be a point of discussion. We are having ongoing discussions internally about what more we can do to welcome refugees.
Specifically, the thing that's different about that process that the administration is looking at is allowing Ukrainians to basically finish the refugee process in that same country that they would receive a UNHCR referral.
That's part of the discussion is what can be done if Ukrainian nationals are not able to to remain safely in Europe, for example, and for whom resettlement in the United States would be a better option for a range of reasons. The State Department is discussing with UNHCR and the EU how to consider them, what would be required for that process. But this is an ongoing discussion internally, and I'm certain it will be a part of the discussion, to go back to your original question, with President Duda as well this weekend. Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Jen. You had written on Twitter that the president did not plan to go to Ukraine on his trip. Given that the prime ministers of Poland, Slovenia, and the Czech Republic visited Kyiv last week, and that President Zelensky was urging others to do the same, can you talk a little bit about whether President Biden had explored going to Ukraine at all, if he was asked to, and sort of what considerations went into the factors either way?
Sure. We have not explored that option. I tweeted, I guess I should say, because there was some confusion about this question, and we did not want to leave that out there as an unanswered question. But certainly, any president of the United States traveling into a war zone requires not only security considerations, but also an enormous amount of resources on the ground, which is always a factor for us as we make considerations. But also the president felt, and our national security team felt, that he could have the most effective and impactful trip by convening these meetings with NATO leaders, the G7, the EU, and Brussels to determine both continued military coordination, humanitarian and economic coordination, as well as by going to visit Poland right next door to talk about everything from refugees, refugee assistance, and continued assistance we can all provide together. So it was a decision made about what would be most effective on the trip.
And then I just wanted to follow up quickly. You had said earlier that the president was unable to watch the opening statement of the judge in the Supreme Court hearings.
He was on with the Quint.
But she has to sit through the opening statements first of all of these senators. So I don't think she's actually given her opening statement yet.
There you go.
Do you know if there's time carved into his schedule? Does he plan through the afternoon? Is he following this? Or
Well, some of these are a little difficult to predict as just evidence. Thank you for giving me a lifeline there, because clearly I've been in meetings this morning as well. It was hard to plan his schedule around this, so what he asked is that he be provided updates from his team and aides as the hearings progress. And obviously, Chairman Durbin gave his opening, Senator Grassley gave his opening this morning, and it proceeds, but it's hard to plan the president's schedule around a moving Senate hearing, so I'm sure he'll be able to watch replays of it and more specifics, but he wanted updates from aides as well. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil, President Biden has been very vocal about his belief that U.S. producers should be producing more and that there's the possibility of price gouging. But he didn't raise any of those concerns in the meeting with oil CEOs earlier today?
It wasn't a meeting with oil CEOs. There were a couple of the 16 to 18 CEOs there. It was not intended to be a meeting with oil CEOs. It was intended to be a meeting with a broad swath of the economic sectors, and he provided them an update on Russia and Ukraine. So it wasn't meant to be that type of a meeting.
And then there was a report in the Washington Post earlier saying that Biden administration officials are seeing data showing that Russian oil exports have dropped off a cliff, and that there was a data point that said there are 2 million barrels per day on tankers that have gone from close down to zero in a certain period of time. Can you confirm that? Is that true, what you're seeing about Russian oil exports?
I've seen those reports, but I don't have a new assessment from here.
And then lastly, has the president tested for COVID-19 this week, and what were the results of that?
He was tested today, and he was negative. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Can you walk us through the administration's thinking behind adding this Poland stop? And what is President Biden hoping to demonstrate by sitting alongside President Duda?
Sure. Well, we have this trip has been coming together quite rapidly, I think, as you would all note. And so, as I noted a little bit earlier, we will have more details about his Poland stop. But this is an opportunity for him to thank President Duda for welcoming refugees as they have done over the last few weeks, and for being an important partner in providing a range of assistance to the Ukrainians, to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian government. And they are an important partner as we work to remain unified in the weeks and months ahead. There will obviously be a couple of components of his trip there, which I think, as we have more details of it to announce, will showcase the purpose of the trip.
And then to follow on that, one of my colleagues asked if the president would be meeting with Ukrainian refugees at one of these stops. Is there any reason why the president wouldn't? Is that something we can find out more about soon?
I think, as I noted, we're going to be providing more details to all of you in the next 24 hours of his trip. Sometimes there are things we announce in advance, and sometimes there are not. But I've noted repeatedly that refugees is a key component of his stop in Poland. Go ahead.
If I can shift gears to COVID for a minute.
Sure.
What is the White House's response to some experts who have said that the U.S. is not necessarily doing enough to prepare for this next bit of a pandemic surge that we are already beginning to see in other parts of the globe?
Well, I would say, I'm not sure, can you give me a little more additional context of the comments?
I had seen, yes, some comments, just basically that the U.S. needs to be doing more to prepare, whether that is around, building up a supply. They pointed to the low rates of booster shots in particular as being a point of concern, and that was, the booster shots in particular.
Well, I think our primary concern right now is that we're about to run out of funding, and we are always making an effort to be ahead of and be prepared for any new wave, any new variant. And even as BA2 has been in this country for some time, and as of last week, it was about a quarter to a third of cases. We know it's quite transmissible, but we know that the treatments we have are effective in treating BA2, the BA2 variant. Our concern right now is that we are going to run out of money to provide the types of vaccines, boosters, treatments to the immunocompromised, and others free of charge that will help continue to battle increasing, the increase or the upflow or the, increase of COVID in the future. So that's where our primary focus is. Beyond that, I'm not sure additional context of those comments.
Just one related question. Has the White House been in touch with any of the pharmaceutical companies who were specifically working on the under age 5 population recently? Vaccines, I know that those were put into practice and then removed in terms of actually having implementation. I just wondered what the communications are.
Yeah, well, it typically goes, of course, through the FDA and the CDC, as it should, all of the data. So we would leave those channels to continue to consider when it's ready to move to the next phase.
No sort of increased communication or urgency around getting back?
Well, I think science moves at the speed of science, right? And of course many people here have children under 5, but it's important that it moves through the effective gold standard process. And of course, we are in touch with the pharmaceutical companies for a range of reasons, including purchasing supplies to plan ahead for the need for boosters and other vaccines in the future, even as we are worried about running out of money. But the process for when it would be ready to go through the FDA and CDC process is left to the scientists.
Jen, can I ask you, just on the food security issue?
Yeah.
Cargill and ADM are still operating in Russia. A lot of companies have obviously left. Does the administration have a view on whether these companies should stay in, given the concerns about food security and production of wheat?
We have not asked any company specifically to take steps to pull out. We have applauded those who have made that decision, and they are going to have to make decisions of their own regard.
Just a housekeeping item. I know you're still getting plans for the trip. Do you expect the president to hold a joint news conference with President Duda after their meeting?
We're still planning all the specifics of it, so I don't have that quite yet. I would expect one for sure on Thursday.
Go ahead. Thank you so much. On Ukraine, we're seeing reports about Mariupol, about people, Ukrainians there, being deported, arrested, and sent to remote regions in Russia. Is this something that is consistent with American intelligence? Can you comment on this?
Those reports are horrific, but we don't have any independent confirmation of those reports at this point in time.
Follow up on China maybe. So the president has warned that China would face costs if it decided to help Russia. And how confident is he that European allies would also support such costs, and will that be part of the discussion in Brussels?
Well, I think that certainly the concern about China's closer alignment with Russia is one that's not just one of the United States. It's also a concern of many in Europe, and we expect it to be a topic of discussion over the course of the next several days. Go ahead.
Jen, as I understand the peacekeeping proposal from the Polish Prime Minister, it would be a peacekeeping force. They would be in Ukraine and they would be able to defend themselves. So I know the President doesn't want to send Americans to fight Russians, but is the U.S. open to sending Americans as part of an internationally recognized peacekeeping force that could be NATO or not NATO?
Again, these are a range of conversations are happening behind the scenes. I'll leave it to those at this point in time, but forces on the ground is certainly about fighting, but it's also about having forces on the ground in Ukraine, which we have not supported at this point. Don't think that will change. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I had a question about the COVID-19 response team. Obviously, there's going to be a change in leadership in the White House coordinator on COVID.
Yeah.
And by my count, there hasn't been a press briefing with the COVID team in about 3 weeks. I just wondered if you could speak to kind of what the role of that team is at this point. How often does the president meet with that team? Is there any talk of disbanding it at this point, given the phase of the pandemic? Just kind of curious, sort of.
I hope not for Dr. Zha's sake, given he's coming in. Look, this is communicating with all of you on a regular basis has been a huge priority for the COVID team, and I'm certain we will continue to do that. And obviously, Dr. Zha is somebody who is not just a medical expert and a doctor, but somebody who is a very effective communicator on public health issues, and we think that's going to be a very effective part of his role. So I'm certain you will be seeing a lot of him, and we will continue to have a range of briefings with the COVID team. So no, they are not disbanding. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
I have two questions. First, the United States declared the Myanmar military government committed genocide against the Rohingya today. We also know the Myanmar government has supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And what happened to the Rohingya had been happening for a while now. So based on the timing, are this supporting the Russia related to this declaration today?
Well, let me say for those of you who haven't, I know you've been following this closely, but for those of you who have not, following a rigorous factual and legal analysis, the Secretary of State determined that members of the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingya. His announcement at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum emphasizes, especially to victims and survivors, that the United States recognizes the gravity of these crimes. He also announced nearly $1 million for the independent investigative mechanism for Myanmar to support its mandate to investigate, collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of the most serious international crimes in Burma since 2011. I would note that our view is that shining a light on the crimes of Burma's military will increase international pressure, make it harder for them to commit further abuses. But this has been, as you know, we're going to have long face discrimination, but subject to exclusionary policies, and this has been a lengthy review process at the State Department to come to this conclusion unrelated to current events.
Second question is, we're talking about the communication with China, including President Biden's call with President Xi last week. besides the consequences China might face if it adds Russia, does the United States also tells China what would happen to Russia right now, well, or might also happen to China if it invades U.S. allies and partners in the Pacific region, such as Taiwan?
During this call, which was largely focused on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the president also reiterated his support for the Taiwan Relations Act and the One China policy based on the Taiwan Relations Act, and he made clear that we remain opposed to any unilateral changes to the status quo across the Taiwan Strait, and that we have concerns about Beijing's coercive and provocative actions. So that was the other topic that was discussed at the during the call. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Oh, and then we'll go. Okay, go ahead.
Has the United States looked to up sanctions on Russia? And given Russia's history of assassinating dissidents, giving sanctuary to U.S.-designated terrorist organizations, would the U.S. consider labeling Russia a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't have any assessment of that at this point in time. Obviously, we're continuing to look at the actions on the ground and the actions of leaders. Go ahead.
Thank you. 2 immigration questions for you. First, I wanted to confirm whether the administration supports an Afghan Adjustment Act. That's potential legislation that would secure permanent status for those thousands of evacuees that are here. It would go beyond, obviously, the TPS designation last week, which is 18 months.
Sure, I'd have to check with our Department of Homeland Security. Obviously, we just announced temporary protected status last week, and we're continuing to assess and consider a range of ways to welcome and our Afghan partners.
Just quickly, it's been 2 years since President Trump implemented Title 42. There are protests outside the White House today. Democrats are now actively calling for it to end. COVID cases are low. Is the administration at least preparing for the possibility that this could end, and how so?
Sure. There are timelines, including, I think, upcoming in April, on when it's continues to be reconsidered. And those discussions happen among the health experts from the CDC and other medical experts within the administration. And you always have to prepare, because if they make that decision, there would be an implementation that would be in part led by the Department of Homeland Security and others that you have to plan for.
Does that include in preparing for a large influx of migrants at the border specifically?
Well, certainly that would be part of it if and when the CDC makes that determination. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll have Jake here tomorrow. Lots of questions I'm sure you have. Thank you.
Ready? Are you guys ready? Good evening. My name is Bill Gravel, and I serve as county judge here in Williamson County. And today has been a complicated, difficult, but amazing day in Williamson County. And I'm going to ask our governor to speak first, and then I'll share some specifics about Williamson County and currently what our first responders are dealing with. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to my governor. He was one of the first ones to call, and he said, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right, Judge. And I appreciate my governor. He's been here not just for this county, but all 254 counties. And he's here tonight. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the resources you've sent to help, Governor.
Sure. Well, thank you to Judge Gravel. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your team. This is a sudden storm that comes up very swiftly, and it takes a swift response, and that's exactly what Williamson County has provided. And I wanted the judge to know that the state is standing with the people of Williamson County, shoulder to shoulder. We know that you have faced a devastating storm. Candidly, you may even label it storms, with multiple tornadoes ripping through Williamson County alone. We know there are many people whose lives have been completely disrupted, and people who've lost their homes. At the very same time, and what I'm about to say may be early and premature, but it may be a miracle also, because even though there's been some devastating physical damage, to my knowledge, as of right now, there is no report of loss of life, which is just stunning. I want to credit the people of Williamson County for responding rapidly and safely in the way they did. I also want to extend my thanks to television stations. Yes. I was watching television stations as I saw tornadoes striking Williamson County. I have no doubt others saw that too and were able to seek shelter. There's no telling if perhaps lives were saved, because TVs and weather reporters today have the capabilities of forecasting and telling viewers minutes before a tornado may hit that they need to take shelter. People heeding that advice were able to save their lives. Property damage is devastating. It's a loss. But if you're alive, you can rebuild that property. If you don't protect your own life, you lose it all. So we will continue to pray that as we work our way through tomorrow, we will find that there will be no loss of life in Williamson County. Now, we are dealing with this disaster here in Williamson County tonight. Many of our fellow Texans are facing the same challenge as we speak right now. I want everybody across the entire state that's going through this to know the state of Texas is going to be with you every step of the way. Let me give you an example. As we gather here tonight, there are two people from the Texas Division of Emergency Management who are already here working on the ground with the folks in Williamson County. One is Robbie Barrera, the district coordinator, and the other is Darren Brinkater. They're both here ready to go to work around the clock to help the people of Williamson County begin to rebuild their lives. There is a contact information I would like to provide to you for everybody who may have suffered any type of property damage whatsoever. The county and the state need that information for us to be able to help you respond. I'm going to give that to you real quick. If you would go to damage.tdem.texas.gov, I give that to you one more time, damage.tdem.texas.gov. You can report your damage, which of course should wait till tomorrow because you can't make a reasonable assessment of it tonight. Something else I'm going to tell you that the judge will also tell you, and we're both going to tell you because it's so important. When you have a tornado rip through a community, there are going to be downed power lines. Those can be deadly dangerous. But in addition to that, you can't see what's out there. You don't know what's going to be on the ground. Do not endanger yourself by trying to rush in and try to save something right now. Wait till daylight tomorrow. Wait till the storms pass by that you can go through in a more safe fashion to make sure that you're not endangering your own life when trying to recover your property. So once again, I want to thank the judge and his entire team. I know you have a fantastic team that's been working around the clock to help the people of your community. And Judge, I want you to know that we stand ready to work with you every step of the way. Interestingly, Some of you may recall that I issued a disaster declaration a couple of days ago for a fire in the state of Texas. Interestingly, Williamson County was added to that disaster declaration. So as we gather tonight, there's already a disaster declaration in place by the state covering Williamson County. Judge?
Thank you. I first want to say to the residents of Williamson County, and by the way, the city of Round Rock has done an amazing job at responding, and our city leadership there and Mayor Craig Morgan are doing a phenomenal job to respond to the needs of the residents of Round Rock. I want to talk some outside of the city of Round Rock to give you a bigger scope of what we've experienced here in Williamson County. But first I want to tell you a story about one of our county employees whose name is Sharon, a wonderful lady who in fact trained me when I first became a county employee. Tonight her home was destroyed, and she was there with two of her nieces, and from the story that's been conveyed to me, she literally laid her body over her nieces to protect them. And they all went to the hospital to be checked out, and they're all alive and well. But the reality is tonight we're in a room that is dry, that's heated and cooled, and there's some of our residents that don't have a home to return to tonight, or several of our residents that have damaged homes that they're trying to return to. And I just want to say to the residents of Williamson County, let's do what we've done in the past. Let's take a deep breath. Let's work together. Let's be patient one with another, and let's help our fellow brother. I also want to say that tonight you will see very purposefully in Williamson County, from Round Rock all of the way to the eastern part of the county, that we are turning off electricity. And the reason is really quite simple. We have down power lines, and in order to protect the first responders and in order to protect those that are doing the repairs needed, it's important that we turn off power. And for some of our residents that might be discomforted because of electricity being turned off tonight at your home, I would just simply say this. If you have a home that you're in and your electricity is off, be grateful, because not all of our residents have that tonight. It's our understanding from emergency management that we know of at least 2 confirmed tornadoes that have hit in Williamson County, and in the days ahead the National Weather Service will do an assessment and tell us if there are more. One of the tornadoes originated, we believe, at the 35 and 45 intersection and went from the Round Rock location north of Kalahari and moved on to the Granger area. And the tornado, we don't believe was on the ground the entire time, but it did come down at different times. We're just thankful. I think tonight's story, and I pray for our residents that everyone is found safe, but literally the tornado went in front of Kalahari and damaged vehicles out on the parking lot. But to our understanding, the building sustained no loss, which had thousands of guests in it at the time. That is one confirmed tornado that we're aware of. The second confirmed tornado that we're aware of is one that hit northwest of Gerald. And there we know of a few homes and outbuildings that were destroyed and damaged. Our teams are currently out there working. I want to say thank you to our sheriff, whose leadership, because of his experience, had multiple additional staff members on hand early today preparing for what could come tonight. And they did an amazing job. I want to say thank you to Tatum. Governor, Robbie, the regional for emergency management, was literally giving us live reports across Williamson County. And so we're really grateful. To our residents, I just want to say it may be a difficult night for some of you, but be patient as we work through the next day or two to assess the damages. And the website that the governor listed, we may in the days ahead stand up a county facility to help report damages that occurred at your house or your community. But listen, if you have your spouse and you have your kids and your pet, and all of you are dry tonight, be grateful, because not every resident is experiencing that
even just a few moments ago when the governor and his team were coming here, they again encountered pretty significant hail damage just coming in this last storm. So I just say to our residents, be patient. Let's work one with another. In the days ahead, our county will use the different media platforms that we have to convey to you how we can best help you. And then finally, I want to circle back to where the governor started, and then we'll take a few questions. I firmly believe that lives were saved tonight in Williamson County because of what you did in the media today. I know, in fact, that Shikange said to my family that they needed to shelter in place, and my daughter and my grandkids went to that safe place in their home. I know that many of you as reporters risk your life today, and storm chasers risk your life today, but because of the story you told, you should know that you save lives today in Williamson County, Texas. And I'm deeply grateful for your sacrifice and your hard work. And thank you for making a difference in some families' lives today.
Thank you. A few questions.
And both of you described that there are people on the ground already starting work. Can you just describe what kinds of things you're doing tonight?
Sure. Well, first of all, the governor didn't mention his state troopers that are here, and the captain and his team of troopers that have moved in to help our sheriff's deputies as they literally go from home to home, house to house, and street to street. Our sheriff's deputies have combed through most of the eastern part of Williamson County, literally visually inspecting that. We've had Starflight that has been here that has flown a grid pattern to help us get some overviews. I know that we have flown drones today so we can see damage and see where the damage paths are at so our first responders can be there. Our EMS system here in Williamson County brought on additional resources to make sure that we had trucks and units available. And then, of course, our Office of Emergency Management and the Emergency Command Center is up and operational. But listen, the best help that was provided today was by an aunt who laid over her two nieces to protect them. The best help that was provided today is the neighbor that brings in their neighbor when their home is damaged. I think it's because of the residents of Williamson County, because of the media's communication today, and because of our first responders. I think it's perhaps a miracle in Williamson County.
Next question.
Where do you all go tomorrow? I know you said right now you're doing some house-to-house type of, not searches, but going by and seeing if anyone needs any aid. So tomorrow with daylight coming, what do you do then? Where do you go next?
Well, so obviously the City of Round Rock and their emergency management staff is going to be on the ground, and we're there to support the City of Round Rock and the needs that they have. But we're literally going to be doing that in the unincorporated parts of Williamson County, and our emergency management team. Listen, Red Cross personnel will be here to help us as the needs arise. Where we go tomorrow is we partner with our local churches. One of our large churches here in the area, Celebration Church, has already contacted me, and they have a team of 200 volunteers ready to go at 9, another team of 200 volunteers ready to go at 11, and another team of 200 volunteers ready to go at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. So it's assessing. We need to get to daylight. Let's try to not go out tonight if you live in the eastern part of the county to be safe, right? If you see a power line, just assume that it's going to be dangerous. And let's stay inside as we can, and then tomorrow let's see what we discover in the daylight, and let's work together to clean up and put our county back the way that it was.
Governor, I don't know if you're aware, they're also having trouble in Elgin, and they have reports of a tornado there, and maybe some people even trapped below mobile homes that have kind of caved in. What can you update us on that?
So we are aware of what happened in Elgin, as well as other areas in Bastrop County. And listen, there are areas across the entire state that have been impacted by tornadoes and storms. We have the Texas Division of Emergency Management working in collaboration with the Texas Department of Public Safety, as well as other first responders, working first and foremost to try to save lives. Identify if there's anybody trapped, anybody who needs to be evacuated, making sure that they are scouring any area that was damaged whatsoever to determine if there is a life there that needs to be saved. That's the first and foremost task, and that is something that will be happening around the clock.
Any other questions?
I do have one. I know you mentioned that we are still kind of waiting till daylight to survey damage as a whole, but we've done drone flyovers, things like that. Any initial quantity you can give us, like several homes or buildings destroyed, dozens, anything like that?
Well, what I would say is this, is I think the damage is severe enough that I'm going to sign an emergency declaration tonight for Williamson County, which the governor's already signed a proclamation for us. I think there are a number of homes and a number of structures that have been damaged, and there are some that have been destroyed. And it's very difficult for us to quantitate that until we can see it in the daylight, to be honest.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
in new plant and equipment, and Ford, I think, is doing $11 billion. The point is, these are history-making investments to build electric vehicles here at home. We've seen a record electric vehicle sales, along with records in solar, wind, and battery storage as well. And the sector after sector, we're making it in America again. And that's what my overwhelming objective is, to make it in America. With the infrastructure law, we're going to keep building millions of good-paying jobs, and they're real jobs. And to build on progress, the Senate and House need to work on the innovation bill and send it to my desk. It's important for our economy, and I would argue for our national security as well. And we're also leading on the global stage because of you all. I'm pleased to see American companies stepping up and doing their part in what you're doing in terms of donating to Ukraine and winding down your operations without anybody requesting. I want to make that clear. You're on your own winding down operations in Russia. Not all, but many have. Not only you, but around the world. And for the first time on that subject, let me say this. For the first time that Putin began massing troops along the Ukrainian border, I call for an emergency meeting of NATO in Europe to make the case that we had to be united. The one thing I'm confident knowing Putin fairly well as I guess another leader can know one another, is that he was counting on being able to split NATO. He never thought NATO would stay resolved, stay totally, thoroughly united. And I can assure you, NATO has never been stronger or more united in its entire history than it is today, in large part because of Vladimir Putin. And but in response to his aggression, there has been we presented a united front throughout NATO and in the Pacific. The Quad is, with the possible exception of India being somewhat shaky on some of this, but Japan has been extremely strong, so has Australia, in terms of dealing with Putin's aggression. We presented a united front throughout NATO and the Pacific, and you did a hell of a lot to help us impose sanctions and incur real cost on the Russian economy. And we're seeing now that it mattered. It was really important what you all did, not every one of you, but I'm not suggesting you all had to, but those of you who did step up, it made a big difference. And I'm personally, as president, grateful for that. But because our response is working, because the Ukrainians are fighting so valiantly and using the equipment we've given them, and the United States alone has committed over $2 billion to NATO. The idea that they don't have enough sophisticated equipment is just simply not accurate. And I'm not going to take the time to go into all the detail here, but the point is they have every equipment, every piece of equipment that makes rational sense based on our military and NATO's military for them to be able to do what they're doing. And they're wreaking havoc on the Russian military, whether it's their tanks or their helicopters or their aircraft. And if you notice, they've just launched their hypersonic missile because it's the only thing that they can get through with that absolute certainty. It's, as you all know, it's a consequential weapon, but with the same warhead on it as any other launched missile, it doesn't make that much difference, except it's almost impossible to stop it. There's a reason they're using it. And now Putin's back against the wall. He wasn't anticipating the extent or strength of our unity, and the more his back is against the wall, the greater the severity of the tactics he may employ. We've seen it before. He's run a lot of false flag operations. Whenever he starts talking about something he thinks NATO, Ukraine, or the United States is about to do, it means he's getting ready to do it. Not a joke. You may recall, I said this to a few of you this morning, that I was able to declassify a whole range of operations that they were about to engage in without sacrificing sources and methods. And it was able to give everybody clear notice what was about to come, and to convince a lot of our friends around the world that we know what they're about to do. And so his back is against the wall, and he's talking about new false flags he's setting up, including he's asserting that we, America, have biological as well as chemical weapons in Europe. Simply not true. I guarantee you. They're also suggesting that Ukraine has biological and chemical weapons in Ukraine. That's a clear sign he's considering using both of those. He's already used chemical weapons in the past, and we should be careful what's about to come. He knows there'll be severe consequences because of the united NATO front, but the point is, it's real. And what I want to mention very quickly with you all is one of the tools he's most likely to use, in my view, in our view, is cyber attacks. They have a very sophisticated cyber capability. I've had, as they say in southern Delaware, where they are very religious, we've had an altar call, he and I, on this issue. We've had a long conversation about if he uses it, what would be the consequence. But the point is that he has a capability. He hasn't used it yet, but it's part of his playbook. And I've warned about the potential for Russian conduct to malicious cyber activity in response to the cost we'd impose with our allies and partners on the world. But look, today my administration is issuing new warnings that based on evolving intelligence, Russia may be planning a cyber attack against us. As I said, the magnitude of Russia's cyber capacity is fairly consequential, and it's coming. The federal government is doing its part to get ready, but under U.S. law, as you all remember, the private sector, all of you, largely decides the protections that you will or will not take in order to protect your sources. But let me be absolutely clear about something. It's not just in your interest that are at stake when there potential use of cybersecurity. It is the national interest at stake. And I would respectfully suggest it's a patriotic obligation for you to invest as much as you can in making sure, and we will help in any way, that you have built up your technological capacity to deal with cyber attacks. First, to protect your own companies. Second, that provides as providers of critical services that Americans rely on, from power to clean water. And finally, your role you can play in helping secure every American and every American's privacy. For example, banks can turn on cybersecurity by default for every customer, so America's financial data is safe. And we're prepared to help you, as I said, with any tools and expertise we possess if you're ready to do that. But it's your decision as to the steps you'll take, and your responsibility to take them, not ours. Now we need to do what's necessary to support Ukraine, but we also need to step up for the families here at home. In 2019, your organizations released a statement with the signature of almost everyone in this room. And it says, quote, "America deserves an economy that allows each person to succeed through hard work and creativity and to lead a life of meaning and dignity." And it expressed a commitment from you to invest in your workforce and support local communities. It wasn't a do-gooder statement, it was a capitalist statement. We're all capitalists in this room, and you did the right thing, in my view, in the assertion of that statement. This was your view about how to run a strong, profitable companies over the long term. And this commitment of consequence and peril for the free world is vital that you reaffirm that commitment, in my humble opinion. We can't afford to prioritize shareholders at the expense of your stakeholders, the environment, your workers, your customers, your communities where they live and work. And you're not doing that, but his inclination will be inclined to do that on some occasions. Instead, now's the time to invest in your people. You can hire and retain the best trained workforce in the entire world, which you've been doing. To invest in innovation so we can deliver better and more affordable products and services to more Americans. To innovate with and for diversity, as you said in your statement, as you committed to earlier this year. Cultivating tools of artificial intelligence, advanced dignity and opportunity for all Americans is what you've been doing, many of you, and it really matters. And to invest in America itself in manufacturing, created over 450,000 manufacturing jobs because of y'all, and it matters. It hadn't happened in a long time. As one of my colleagues from the Midwest said, we're not going to talk about the Rust Belt anymore. We're going to talk about new expanding manufacturing capacity in the in the Midwest. And to invest in America itself in manufacturing, climate resilience, clean energy, so America can win the competition of the 21st century. And it won't hurt your bottom lines or the economy. It helps help us grow while lowering costs and lowering the deficit. So I want to thank you again for, there's much more to say, but I've already probably taken too much time of your time right now, but I'm told I'm going to take some questions, Mary. Is that right? Well, I'm happy to start taking questions, but thank you for all you've been doing. I think, my
hello. And it is good afternoon. Please have a seat. It's so good to be with. I see so many friends here. It's so good to be back in Louisiana. Thank you all. Thank you. And Josie, thank you for that introduction. She and I were speaking backstage. I have to tell you, I just love it when we see and have our young leaders participate, because they are what it's all about. And I see many of our young leaders in the room today. So this is a good day. And I do know that our future is bright when I see this incredible talent. So let me say this. This is an issue that Josie actually highlighted in terms of the importance of this. The governor and I, and we were all doing a tour of the library here, and talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children and what that means to the future of our nation, depending on whether or not they have the resources they need to achieve their God-given talent. So today, I'm so happy to be with all of you. We are joined by the Deputy Secretary of our Department of Commerce, Don Graves, Congressman Troy Carter, both of whom traveled with me here aboard Air Force Two. I want to congratulate and thank them for their hard and good work. We are also joined, of course, by the governor. Where are you, Governor? He's here. He's here. There you are. Of course you are. Isn't that so like you? Just in the room always, but not requiring much in terms of acknowledgement. But I will tell you, Louisiana, you are very fortunate to have Governor Edwards in a role of leadership. I will tell you that. I will tell you that. He and I were talking, and the governor, along with the mayors, met me at the tarmac when I arrived, and I was sharing with him not only best wishes from President Joe Biden, but even after the election and before we were sworn in, we would do Zoom calls, and then we started doing them throughout the beginning of our administration and continuing to this day, but with governors from various states around the country. And Governor Edwards was always front and center as a leader among leaders, talking about the needs of the people of Louisiana, but also being a national voice around the needs of folks, be they in rural or urban communities, be they facing the challenges of the climate crisis, or the challenge that we have in terms of making sure that everyone has an ability to live a quality of life. That means ability to afford the cost of living. So, Governor, it's great to be with you this afternoon, and thank you. You've been a great president, a great partner to the president and me as we move forward. A great president of your state. And always fighting for the people of this district. And I also want to thank the Louisiana Congressional delegation for warming us to the state. I was with Senator Bill Cassidy last week. I know he's unable to be here today, but I'll tell you, we were together at the White House when I swore in another native Louisiana, Shalonda Young. And so Ms. Young is now the director of the White House Office of Management and Budget and a member of the President's Cabinet. And I want to thank, in Louisiana, I want to thank Senator Cassidy for his help to secure Director Young's confirmation and his help to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And today I am proud to focus on how much we have all accomplished when we work together. So President Biden and I, well, we've been working day in and day out to build an economy that works for working people. An economy in which every person has what they need to get ahead and to thrive. High-speed broadband internet is critical to that effort. In the 21st century, high-speed internet is a necessity, full stop. It is a necessity. And so much of our world, if we think about it, has moved online. Throughout the pandemic, people depended on high-speed internet like never before. Business owners used the internet to sell their goods. Parents used the internet to buy their groceries. Seniors used the internet to see their doctor. Young people to attend virtual classes, all without ever leaving home. So for many of us, for so many of us, the internet has been and continues to be essential for us to perform our everyday needs. It is an integrated part of our daily lives. And yet, by one estimate, more than 42 million people in our country do not have high-speed internet. Far too many of our fellow Americans simply cannot afford the cost of a high-speed internet plan. And too many others do not even have access to such a plan. Consider most of the households in our nation that have high-speed internet receive it through fiber optic cables. However, there are millions of homes around our nation, most of which are in rural areas, that are not connected by fiber optic cables. That means those households have to rely on satellite internet or dial-up plans, which are often slower, less reliable, and more expensive. Or it means they have to go without access to the internet altogether. And this community, which is why I am here, is all too familiar with these challenges, though this is a community that is filled with extraordinary leaders. 30% of the households here in St. Landry Parish do not have high-speed internet. Around our country, then, including here, that means students are sitting in fast food restaurant parking lots, doing their homework over public Wi-Fi, because that is the only place they can receive access. It means seniors are seeing doctors and medical professionals during their telemedicine visits in local public libraries. Now just imagine what that means. That you're sitting there talking with your medical health professional surrounded by people. And what that might do to impede your ability to share your concerns in a way that you feel safe. Or, if you know that's the only way you can get access, how that might deter you even trying to connect. And it means that so many people are shut off from economic opportunity. Just think about how having access to high-speed internet enables workers to take on remote work jobs. It allows companies to find talent wherever it might be. It opens up new markets to small businesses and allows entrepreneurs to collaborate and to create. As I said, in the 21st century, high-speed internet is a necessity. And so our administration is taking action. Last month, our administration announced we are distributing $277 million in grants to connect 13 communities from across our nation with high-speed internet. Communities in Maine, in Kentucky, Washington, Georgia, Texas, and here in Louisiana. In this community, we will invest nearly $30 million to connect more than 22,000 households to the fiber optic network. And our Commerce Department, led by Secretary Raimondo and represented here through the leadership of Deputy Secretary Graves, has done an outstanding job distributing this money to the places that need it the most. And this is just a down payment. Every household in America should be able to access and afford, I separate those 2 points, access and afford, because you need both. You need to lay down the fiber, but you also need to be able to pay for it and afford it. So These both are priorities for our administration, and that is why, through the bipartisan infrastructure law, we invested $65 billion to expand and modernize our nation's broadband infrastructure. We will lay thousands of miles of fiber optic cable and will help millions of households lower their monthly internet bill. Thanks to this law, 1 in 4 American households is eligible to receive a discount on their monthly internet bill of $30 per month, or $75 per month for those living on tribal lands. So far, with this discount, we have helped lower the cost of living for more than 10 million households, and more are signing up every day. And that is just part of the good being done by the bipartisan infrastructure law. And again, I want to thank the governor for his early conversations with us about what states like Louisiana need. For example, tomorrow, I know Louisiana may experience another severe and substantial storm. In recent years, so many communities around our nation have been damaged by storms and floods. Well, our administration is committed to helping all communities to prepare for, to respond to, and to recover from extreme weather. So as part of that commitment today, we are announcing $60 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law will be made available to help communities build flood resilience. And $40 million of that funding will be spent right here in Louisiana. And we're clear, I see your enthusiasm about it because you're living here and you know, right? Resilience, this is about helping homeowners, this is about helping residents, it's about knowing something's going to come, and let's build up in a way that we can mitigate, so we can minimize, so we can lessen the harm that we know happens every time if we don't build up that resilience. But, you know, we want to build up the resilience, but then the states need the support to do that. And think about it, it's not only about the resilience for the families and the individuals, it's about the jobs that we're going to create to do that work. So the investments in high-speed internet that we celebrate today, along with what we will continue to do to expand our work around things like climate resilience with the bipartisan infrastructure law, will have a transformative impact on communities across our country. On the issue of internet, think about it. When we connect families and workers, students and small business owners, patients and health professionals, including mental health professionals, with high-speed internet, we connect folks to opportunity. We connect folks with the ability to improve their lives, to fight back against feelings and actual reality of being isolated, and instead to allow people to be connected with each other and with the services that they need. And think about the opportunity then. It includes all of that, which is about community and communication and connection, but also the opportunity to work and learn remotely, to see a doctor online, to buy groceries through an app, to deposit a check without having to visit the bank. In short, the opportunity to live healthier, happier, and more prosperous lives. This is what so much of our administration's work comes down to, fighting to make sure every person, no matter where they start, no matter how much money they have in their bank account, that they have the opportunity to succeed, to achieve their God-given potential, in particular when it comes to our children. So we are fighting to make sure that this opportunity extends to all people in our country, regardless of where they live. You know, there's so much of what we have achieved together on many levels, but with this bipartisan infrastructure law, that is based on our collective ability to see what is possible, to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, to reject the notion that the way things have always been has to be the way things will continue to be. That's the work we are doing together. And as I said to the governor and the congressman, we can't do this work at the national level out of Washington, D.C., the president and I, we can't do this work were it not for you here in the community, in local government and state government, creating the foundation so that we can come in and say, Governor, here's a check. Spend it wisely, which is what I know you will do. So it's good to be with everyone this afternoon. And thank you for the warm welcome back. Thank you.
To discuss all of these headlines is national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. We're going to be previewing President Biden's trip right now, but I just want to get into what's happening down on the ground and specifically in the city of Mariupol. We know that Russian forces are essentially laying siege to the city, along with Kharkiv as well. That's Ukraine's second largest city. But the aggressive tactics are now there. Are we in the shock and awe campaign Russia is known for?
Andrew, if you want to call it shock and awe, I just call it devastation.
Yeah.
What Russia's kind of famous for, and this is what they did in World War II, is they just reduced cities to rubble. They don't have the infantry to go in there and clear the buildings, building by building, block by block. They have an infantry deficiency across the board. Now, could they pull that off in Mariupol? Well, possible. It's a smaller city. But what they've done is they've just gone in there and they've just destroyed 90% of the buildings. 90% of the buildings are assessed as being either destroyed or seriously damaged. We've seen where they've hit over and over again what are clearly civilian targets, and that's to put immense pressure on the Ukrainians to surrender Mariupol, and of course to ultimately they want them to surrender altogether. And so when we're going after civilians, this violation of international law, that seems to be just part and parcel of what they're doing. They're conducting themselves as if they believe they will never be judged after the war, and of course that's probably not going to be the case.
Yeah, and Hal, we also heard from the Pentagon. They believe that war crimes have been committed, and they say that they are going to be collecting evidence to point to that fact. Also, something you and I have discussed so many times, what is the purpose if the goal is to occupy Ukraine? what is the purpose of having its major cities' infrastructure leveled? And you and I are very skeptical, and we have been, about their ability to occupy large cities for large portions of time. So it seems like there's a disconnect there.
Andrew, I don't know if their intent overall is to occupy the cities. I kind of get the sense that they want to take over parts of the country, perhaps, the pipeline